Darlene comes down, helps Buffalo keep possession. Thompson working it in front with a shot. Scores! Takes Thompson. It's 4-0 Buffalo in Tampa. What an unbelievable first period for the Buffalo Sabres.
The Sabres find themselves in a 3-game win streak out of the Olympic break and now playing meaningful games in March. They got all 6 points out of the road trip, and they're now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa does have 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th, and they're next in action tomorrow, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against the Laval Rocket. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Rival teams expect the Bills to strongly address wide receiver position in the next coming weeks, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Doubs to the Bills. The NFL Combine has concluded. The Bills held some meetings with wide receivers Omar Cooper Jr., Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Jordan Tyson, and Antonio Williams. Defensive backs Dylan Thieneman, Robert Spears Jennings, Jacoby Thomas, Jalen Kilgore, Dalen Everett, edge rusher Jayshawn Burham, and defensive tackles Brandon Cleveland, Bobby Jamison Travis, and Christian Miller, along with some punters Jack Stonehouse and Ryan Eckley. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the new league year. And Essentially Sports' Tony Pauline reports the Vikings are quietly exploring an exit strategy for J.J. McCarthy. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Max Crosby probably wouldn't garner a Micah Parsons-like trade package. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
Sabres will bring it up. 3 on entry. Panthers are back, though. Here's Norris. Holds it. Sends it back to the line. Quick shot. Scores! Melenstein! Panthers win the draw. Verhaeghe at the point. Good pressure by Buffalo. Thompson a little short pass. Krebs takes a look at the empty net. Scores! Of course he does.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Darlene comes down, helps Buffalo keep possession. Thompson working it in front with a shot. Scores! Takes Thompson! It's 4-0 Buffalo in Tampa! What an unbelievable first period. Cirelli turns it over, high slot, holds, scores! What a goal that was! Zach Mensa with some magic for the Buffalo Sabres, who have put up 5 on the Lightning.
It's a warpath.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Who is responsible for it being 13 degrees outside?
I know.
I thought we all made an agreement we weren't going to do this again, but I guess this is the coldest it's going to be for the next week.
It's okay. In 1 week, it could be 70.
I think that...
are we done with the could be 70 and it's probably going to be 60?
I think we've gotten
in?
a little more conservative on that. We're looking at like 60s optimistically.
Okay.
60s. Mid next week, 64, 66. It's still good.
6 times warmer than it is right now.
Yeah, it's about 11.
Roughly.
It's 11 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Hey, we'll get through it. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. We're sharing our favorite Combine moments today. No, I'm not sure if we can do that. The fact that the Combine became, think of it like he ran a 4.4. He ran a 4.52. Just think of it like it was a 4.47. Anyway, on the Sabres. We'll get to the Combine stuff. And I've been waiting for 18 hours to talk to you about the Romeo Doubs idea, and I'm ready for people to help me make it make sense, and it could make sense. Chris Trapasso at 8 o'clock. I know he's a big fan of Romeo Doubs. He'll be on also 1 to 3 with Nate Geary for the next 2 weeks, I believe. So we're getting Chris Trapasso in to talk about the Combine, the draft, all that stuff. And at 9:30, a Packers guest to give us an opinion on how Romeo Doubs has been for them, part of their rotation, and is he ready for a bigger role? So that's all there. Then there's the Sabres, who
The Wagon Sabres.
The absolute
Warpath Sabres.
Wagon Sabres. They keep doing it, Joe. I remember back during the win streak, which one, right? Which win streak? Where
I know.
I'd get to a game and I'd say, with you here, I'd say, listen, like, all right, if they lose this one, it's a back-to-back, 3 out of 4. They're missing this guy and this guy. If they lose this one, it's totally fine. And they would just win it.
Right.
All right, well, now that they won that one, if they lose the next one, that's probably fine. The Tampa game was definitely you are allowed to lose this game.
100%.
And it's 4-0 after one?
Right. It's the best team in the conference. You played the night before.
Yeah.
And it was
I'm
4-0
giving you
in the
pass.
first intermission.
Here is your hall pass. You guys could get roasted tonight, and I'm going to still come in feeling like, hey, you got 4 out of 6. That's pretty good.
I was wondering if 3 out of 6 was fine for the first 3 road. They're all on the road.
Incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
I think Saturday was the switch for me. Like Saturday was, all right, I think it's okay to start talking like they're in. And to start thinking about things beyond that. Yeah. Like, how would they match up with the Lightning in the second round? Because I've got 2 games against Tampa, and they were this roadblock for me. Like, that's as far as you're going. You're hitting your head on that ceiling. You play them in round 1, you play them in round 2. Like, you can do whatever you want, and I think anything is possible until you meet that team, which I've been treating as you're not winning that series. Mm-hmm. They're just too good, too experienced. But I've now got 2 games against the Lightning where the Sabres played the day before in both on the road, and the 2 results are you lost in overtime in 3-on-3 when you had the lead in the final minute, and the other one is a 6-2 win. Why shouldn't I think you could beat Tampa in a 7-game series?
Fair.
And if I can get there, I can get anywhere, right? I mean, I'm at a point now, the other part of it for me about thinking it's okay to start treating it like they're in, but I'm not a big jinx guy, is kind of the opposite of what we normally do at this time, which is, are their first overall pick odds higher than their playoff odds?
Right.
Because if that's the case right now, then I probably should start thinking about going to the bottom. Right now, their odds to win the Stanley Cup on some sites, like hockeystats.com for one, are higher than their odds to miss the playoffs. They're 6% to win the Cup and 4% to miss the playoffs.
That was pretty good.
I'm thinking about what they can do once they're there. A lot more than I was.
I want to do the Tampa test you just did. Do that with Florida. And I know Florida's not top of the conference right now, but they're back-to-back Cup champs. And what is Florida? Florida is they get in and they show you a brand of hockey. And the Sabres, when they play Florida, the last couple of years have looked like
they've got run over.
JV, sure.
Yeah.
Looked young and meek.
When they win there, it's when Craig Anderson has 50 saves.
Yeah. And Matthew Fairburn, a good catch by him of The Athletic, covers the Sabres, and he wrote that 2 years ago that Kyle Oposo said you got to put on your big boy pants to win a game like that. It was a game against Florida. And sure enough, they've won 3 out of 4 this year against Florida, and the one that they lost, what was it? It wasn't overtime. But Florida scored a goal in the third. It was tied through 68 minutes, and Florida scores, all right, there's a goal in the third. That's going to be tough to overcome. So you win 3 out of 4 against Florida. You look the part against Tampa. All these games lately on the road. Their road record is nuts.
After starting, remember they didn't have a road win for it 2 months?
Yeah, it was wow.
They had a horrible start.
The start of the season ends up looking like we're getting into what if they hadn't started slow? Would they be going for the President's Trophy? I know.
I mean, the division though would be in play.
It'd be in play.
Maybe they are. Jeremy, they're second in the league in regulation wins.
I know.
Yes,
it's nuts.
If they didn't have 8 injuries beginning of the year, there isn't that much room. I mean, I guess Colorado makes that tough because they were having a historic year, but they could be the 1 seed in the East. If they hadn't had those injuries at the beginning of the year, I don't think that's crazy. It's a 3-game difference.
If Norris is just healthy the whole year, boy, Norris.
That's a big if.
Are they going to retire his number off of 75 games played for his career? The guy's amazing. He's a great player. He's a great player who makes a difference. Right? If Norris isn't hurt the whole year, are they just 6 points higher than where they are? Maybe not. Maybe the fact that he's out allows them to kind of just, spread around the depth and everybody grows together, and Peyton Krebs all of a sudden, who when the Sabres
top line left winger.
When the Sabres acquired him, it's like, he's the best passer in the Vegas system. And that pass he made to Tage on that goal was otherworldly Matrix stuff.
Right.
Who even thinks to do that?
Right.
I mean, we certainly have something here. 803-0550. If you just want to, I don't know, talk about that, join us. We got open phone lines. You can just say like, hey, how about those guys?
There's almost no site you can find that has them at lower than 90% to make the playoffs.
Yeah, well,
like almost everywhere has them in. Like I think it's okay. It's reasonable to say they're going to do it. It would take a collapse that is. It would take the type of collapse that someone might think the team that's on a 14-year playoff drought. Like that's who it would happen to. That's who's capable of it. But watch them night to night and tell me they're capable of it without having 9 injuries. They're too consistent. They work too hard fighting for pucks. They're getting too good of goaltending right now. I think their lineup is too deep. Like I just don't know what it would look like. What does that 4% look like where they miss the playoffs? I don't know. They don't look like a team right now that to me is capable of going 5-17 the rest of the way and missing the postseason.
Yeah, that kind of 4% is some injuries and the goalies stop making saves.
And somebody outside the playoffs goes like nuclear.
Right. The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, like goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think I saw a number over the weekend. In the last maybe 10 starts, he's number 1 in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Malenstein?
Maybe not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I'm going to apply this like as the Malenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Malenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Like, did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
What level of...
I also don't think that goal that he scored should have counted on Friday, but whatever. I'll take it.
We'll let Owen rant about that a little bit later. As a goalie, this is whether as a goalie for Owen, he's going to come in and be the goalie bias and tell us why that should not have counted. I'm happy that it counted, and I thought that it... I don't know. We'll discuss it. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR chatting with you about... our new lives.
And it's deadline week.
It is deadline week. Elliot Friedman. So here's an interesting thing I want to get to before we get to calls. A headline. You'll love this headline. Elliot Friedman says Buffalo Sabres are going for it at NHL trade deadline. And I want to just place a little bit of you got to understand what NHL going for it means. NHL going for it means not actively getting rid of a good player for a piece that will be on the team in 4 years.
Yep.
Like, that's going for it. Oh, they're not going to trade talk. They're going to go for it. That's good. But he does say they're looking for depth. Yarmo's been in this position before. They want some depth, maybe a third, middle six forward, maybe some depth on defense, whatever. But they're going for it, and they have until Friday. We've seen a couple of trades, but nothing crazy. And from what I understand, I think is it going to be a buyer's or a seller's market? We don't find that out until the trades are actually done. But I think it might be a buyer's market. There could be a good number of sellers. We kind of asked for that to happen, and that has started to happen. Like, Florida should sell. Toronto should sell. I think Philly should sell. The Devils should sell.
There are 5-6 teams in the West that I think easily should sell.
Absolutely.
There are more than a dozen teams that I think it should be pretty clear then that they should be moving pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of these teams have great pieces. Like, the Blues have 7 ideas that you could talk about and are all to different extents good ideas.
And there's some reporting that Utah is in on Robert Thomas.
Yeah,
Jordan Kyrou.
Friedman said there is a good chance he is traded by the deadline. Like, to me, I guess, right, there's deadline going for it and then there is going for it. You trade for Blake Coleman, who's going to play 14 minutes for you on the third line.
You have to tell some of us who that is.
Exactly. Like, I'm gonna have to tell you who he is, but he's gonna help you. Like, that's deadline going
We can play a game where you just list players, and I guess if it's a real deadline target or not. Yeah. Some of us are a little rusty on the league.
Lee
after the Sabres,
Stepniak is available once again on
good.
Friday.
He's still out there.
Every deadline, Lee Stepniak will be traded.
Speaking of that, I learned yesterday that J.G. Pajot is still in the league.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's deadline going for it.
Okay.
You trade for him. Robert Thomas is going for it. That is, I think I can win the Stanley Cup. So I'm going to add Robert Thomas, who's going to be on my top line when he comes here.
If the Sabres were to win the Stanley Cup, it would be like Leicester City. I know the numbers wouldn't be the same.
Right now, they have the third best cup odds in the East.
But to start the season.
Yes.
Would it not have been like plus 2,000 or something crazy?
Yeah, it'd been nuts. More than that. Right now, I think they are. Right now, they are. Well, actually, I don't know what they are to win the cup. They're more likely to make the finals right now, I know, than to win the division.
Okay.
That's what makes it tough. Like, I know some people might think today, like, hey, I got 2 more games against the Lightning, and I'm only 4 points back after beating them in regulation.
They have 2 in hand.
2 in hand, though, makes it tougher. And I guess you could think about that as a possibility. I'm just saying, if you think it's possible to catch Tampa, they're more likely by the odds to make the finals than they are to catch Tampa in the division.
They are 4 behind Tampa, and they are 5 up on Boston, who lost over the weekend. Did you watch Boston and Philly?
A little bit.
Those teams stink.
Yeah, I don't think Boston's very good.
No. They stink.
They've got a great goalie, though.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in here. Luke in Boston. Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good.
Good. I just want to talk about 2 things. First thing, I think we need to give Zach Metsa his praise. I mean, talk about a guy who really did his time in the AHL, comes up maybe 15 games, he just was quiet, Didn't really see him that much, didn't stand out that much, and now he's, toe drag sniping top corners. The goals for and goals against when he's on the ice is like literally the best in the entire league. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I can't even think that we would think of sending him down.
No,
he's on one of the best heaters of all time in PDO.
Yes,
which is the team's shooting percentage when he's on the ice. The team's shooting percentage and the team's save percentage. Opposing goalies stop a point. It's a 8-10 save percentage. In any shot that's when Zach Metsa's on the ice, the Sabres shoot at the goalies. The other goalies make an 8-10 save percentage. The Sabres save percentage when Metsa is on the ice is .984.
Yeah.
But
do you know what that results in? You want to make it the stat of the day?
Sure.
Let's make it the stat of the day.
What?
Time now for the stat of the day. Brought to you by Chan Smoke Shop 2 and Gasmart, where everything about Chan Smoke Shop is smoky.
So what that save percentage and shooting percentage results in is the score when Zach Metsa is on the ice this season.
Here we go.
For the Sabres is 18-2 in favor of the Sabres. That's a 90% goals for percentage. So when he's on the ice, the Sabres score 90% of the goals. That would be the highest that's ever been tracked in the NHL. Now, tracking only goes back to 2007.
What's the sample size?
So it's 20 years.
Minimum number of games?
It's 200 minutes on the ice. It's not really that much. It's like 20 guys. Yeah, a guy that played 1 game and won 1-0 doesn't qualify.
It's beautiful.
But he is 15% higher this year than second place, who was Nathan McKinnon. Right, I don't think he's a Norris winner. He's definitely getting saves. Part of that probably is, though, like, some credit maybe is what? That they play. I was looking at some of those numbers, too. There are, like, no scoring chances either for the Sabres or the opponent when he's out there. Like, nothing really happens. It's kind of like, it's the low event hockey style. But I feel like when you've got a guy that plays 9 minutes a night on your third pair, wouldn't you take that?
Yep.
Nothing happening.
Yep.
Not getting run over.
All right. Stat of the day. Thank you for the stat of the day.
Zach Metsa.
Yeah.
His goal was nice.
Anything else, Luke, before I let you go?
Yeah, I was just going to get your guys' opinion on, Jack Quinn, right? When we let go of Kevin Adams, I feel like there was a noticeable change, especially defensively, and his just kind of like will to be out there. I just feel like it's kind of whittled down, and he's a guy that you're relying on maybe getting a slot chance to take a nice shot and score. But, we have so many prospects, and, we need some depth forwards, maybe another depth defenseman. Would you guys be fine with, maybe shipping them out? Who would you look for?
Yeah, thanks, Luke. I think a lot of people keying on Quinn because there are some things worth liking about him as a player, which might be why you could trade him, but he might be the one piece that doesn't kind of fit what they do, how they play. Sometimes he stands out. Was that wrong defensively? Like he's just – you feel like if there's any one player you'd say, I feel like that might not be what I want in the playoffs. When I'm playing a heavy game – is he more likely to disappear?
I think he disappears actually most notably in these games against like Florida and Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Like I notice him missing in action, and I think that's the right point to make. I don't feel like he's gotten much better defensively. I feel like he's gotten a little more physical, but I don't think that's made him better defensively. No, I think he's our Sabre version of AJ Epinesa, and that he's in every trade anybody makes. But I think there's good reason for that. He's probably the worst defensive player on the team. He is having a good year offensively. Like he's on a 50-point pace. So with his age and his draft status and that, you should have some value for him right now. And if I can have a guy in my lineup that is going to get cratered in his own end, but I feel like I want that guy to be good on the power play for me. And they've tried to make him work on the power play. It really hasn't happened. I would love to swap him out for a player that doesn't even have to be better defensively or physically or anything. Just give me scoring on the man advantage. That's it. Because Alesh Kodalik maybe was this, right? Like Kodalik in 06 was not good in his own end at all. Would get benched by Lindy sometimes because of it. But what did he give you? He was good on the power play. Just a guy like that, to me, replacing him would be a very good idea, I think, for Friday.
803-0550. I did also see, you have to say this at the deadline, that a GM of a team is weighing a trade versus not wanting to disrupt the chemistry. Oh, right, yeah.
I don't love that point.
No, it's always a point. If you're not going to make a trade, you claim it's because of something like that. I think the Sabres, and I think Jarmo will do something. The question is, like, how big to go? You know, if you're not squeaking in eighth, like he said, if you are, the 2 in the Atlantic, that, to me, doesn't feel like you're talking about, well, we're just happy to be there. The players have talked about not just being happy to be there. Could the GM look at what he's seeing and say, I mean, maybe I'll go a little bit. Maybe I'll push a little in.
I mean, the way he talked when he got hired about the cup and the worst day being the day after you lose in the playoffs, that would lead you to, okay, every win they have gives them a greater chance to make a big trade, because he's not thinking about it in terms of, I just got to get in. He's thinking about it in terms of, what are my chances to make a run? And they're proving to you right now that they are a team that you should be willing to give that move to.
Yeah.
Like they've probably getting in. You could see them making a little bit of noise once you get there. So, okay, let me go make a big trade that helps that along. I think it is increasing the likelihood that happens. This win streak really did that, I think.
If you ever want to know and kind of figure out, like, all right, well, what's the cut line? The easiest way to do it is look at the team that's on the outside, their points percentage, and then get your new cut line. I believe the cut line right now is 95 points. Mm-hmm. So that's Columbus. Columbus is playing at a 569 point percentage. So it's very simple. 569 times 164, right? Because 164 is the most points you could possibly get. And that puts you at actually 94. 93.3. 94 would make it then.
And the Sabres pace right now is 104.
Right. How do you get to 94 if you're the Sabres? You have 76. That's 18 points in 22 games.
Oh.
They
might have that by the end of the month. Right?
You might be in real good shape.
We might not have meaningful games in March after all, because they're going to be in such good shape midway through.
18 points in 22 games. That's 9 and 13.
9 and 13.
9 and 13 is
easy work. Easy work.
No overtime. 803-0550, our phone number. We've got plenty of football to get to as well, and happy to have your phone calls. 803-0550. Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports. Chris Trapasso, NFL draft analyst. He's also, you hear him all over the station. He's filling in on One Bills Live sometimes. He's with us 1 to 3 the next 2 weeks with Nate Geary. We're going to talk to him, combine thoughts, and also on Romeo Dobbs. I know he's a big fan of Dobbs, who the Bills are reportedly going to be aggressive in pursuing. Dobbs and Shaheed, both linked to the Bills. We're a week away from the start of legal tampering in free agency in the NFL. So, Sabres, Bills, happy Monday on WGR. The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, like, goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think I saw a number over the weekend. In the last maybe 10 starts, he's number 1 in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Malenstein?
Maybe not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I'm going to apply this like as the Malenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Malenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Like, did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
Then there's the Sabres, who...
The Wagon Sabres.
The absolute
Warpath Sabres.
Wagon Sabres. They keep doing it, Joe. I remember back during the win streak, which one, right? Which win streak? Where I'd get to a game and I'd say, with you here, I'd say, listen, like, all right, if they lose this one, it's a back-to-back, 3 out of 4. They're missing this guy and this guy. If they lose this one, it's totally fine. And then they just win it.
Right.
All right, well, now that they won that one, if they lose the next one, that's probably fine. The Tampa game was definitely you are allowed to lose this game.
100%.
And it's 4-0 after 1?
Right. It's the best team in the conference. You played the night before.
Yeah.
And it was 4-0
giving you
in the
pass.
first.
Jeremy White here is your
Z-Bar
pass when it comes you to guys fighting
get
roasted tonight, and I'm going to still come in feeling like, hey, you got 4 out of 6. That's pretty good.
I was wondering if 3 out of 6 was fine for the first 3 road. They're all on the road.
Incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
I think Saturday was the switch for me. Like, Saturday was, all right, I think it's okay to start talking like they're in and to start thinking about things beyond that. Yeah. Like, how would they match up with the Lightning in the second round? Because I've got 2 games against Tampa, and they were this roadblock for me. Like, that's as far as you're going. You're hitting your head on that ceiling. You play them in round 1, you play them in round 2. Like, you can do whatever you want, and I think anything is possible until you meet that team, which I've been treating as you're not winning that series. Mm-hmm. They're just too good, too experienced. But I've now got 2 games against the Lightning where the Sabres played the day before in both on the road, and the 2 results are you lost in overtime in 3-on-3 when you had the lead in the final minute, and the other one is a 6-2 win. Why shouldn't I think you could beat Tampa in a 7-game series?
Fair.
And if I can get there, I can get anywhere, right? I mean, I'm at a point now, the other part of it for me about thinking it's okay to start treating it like they're in, but I'm not a big jinx guy, is kind of the opposite of what we normally do at this time, which is, are their first overall pick odds higher than their playoff odds?
Right.
Because if that's the case right now, then I probably should start thinking about going to the bottom. Right now, their odds to win the Stanley Cup on some sites, like hockeystats.com for one, are higher than their odds to miss the playoffs. They're 6% to win the Cup and 4% to miss the playoffs.
That was pretty good.
I'm thinking about what they can do once they're there. A lot more than I was.
And Buffalo able to get a shot on net as the Lightning hemmed in their zone here. Scores! Shot for the point deflected in front of the net, and Norris gets his second of the game. It is 3-0 Sabres with 11:42 to go here in the opening period in Tampa.
Sabres find themselves on a 3-game win streak out of the Olympic break and playing meaningful games in March. They got all 6 points out of the road trip. They're now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa does have 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th, and next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans, they fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against the Laval Rocket with puck drop set for 7 o'clock, so a little break there. Rival teams expected the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position in the coming weeks, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Doubs to the Bills. Around the NFL, the new league year and legal tampering period about a week away. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the league year. Essentially Sports' Tony Pauline reports the Vikings are quietly exploring an exit strategy for J.J. McCarthy, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Max Crosby probably would not garner a Micah Parsons-like trade package. The Buffalo Bandits win their back-to-back. They defeated the Saskatchewan Rush 11-10 in overtime on Friday night, and the Toronto Rock Saturday night 14-9, and the Rochester Nighthawks defeat the Rush as well over the weekend 13-12 on Saturday night. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Darlene comes down, helps Buffalo keep possession. Thompson working it in front with a shot. Scores! Takes Thompson! It's 4-0 Buffalo in Tampa. What an unbelievable first period for the Buffalo Sabres.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. Sabres sweep their 3-game road trip. Home tomorrow for Vegas, who just got rolled by Pittsburgh yesterday.
And lost Mark Stone to an injury, and he did not return, so I don't know if he's playing tomorrow.
Good. Can't wait to be there. I'm going tomorrow to the game. Can't wait. Who among us isn't totally amped up for a Tuesday game in March at home?
It'll be the best attended Tuesday March game in a decade? 16
It'll be
years.
amazing. So excited for it. Hope to see all of you there. 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Hope you're having a better morning than Shane Lowry.
Yeah, what did he do? I had a group chat blowing up last night.
Okay, real quick on Shane Lowry.
Did something bad?
This is Golf Talk. The chat, the bullpen usually gets mad at us when we do this, and we do it very fast. He had a commanding lead. 3 strokes with 3 holes to play.
Okay.
However,
the Kosniak something classic?
Cognizant Classic at
Cognizant
PGA
Classic.
National, which is a course that has water all over it.
Yes.
I know the PGA National course because when you play it on the simulator,
I hate playing it on the
you say, like, I don't play this course. There's too much water.
So much water.
Well, Shane Lowry found some of that water. First off, on the back 9 somewhere, he shanked a drive. He hit a drive that you and I would hit. Low, worm burner into the rough, 210 yards. Weird. Oh, wow. All right, that's odd. You ever see that happen? 16, he shanks an iron just into the water. I saw a shot chart of like where all the tee shots were on the hole that day. And, here's the spray of shots all in the same area. And here's Lowry 50 yards back in the water on the right. Double bogey. He goes to 17, still with the lead. Water again. If this had been a big tournament, it would be John Van de Velde level. It would be, I can't even think of other historic collapses.
Phil at Wingfoot.
Worse.
Worse than that.
10 times worse. I mean, Phil needs 1 bogey on 18 to win it, and he doubled. This guy was 3 up with 3 to play.
Yeah.
And went in the water twice. He lost by 2 strokes. It wasn't even close. Wow. He didn't make a playoff. It was wild. So, tough one for Shane Lowry there. Anyway, golf season's back, and that was great. I watched a lot of golf yesterday. Was happy about that.
The guy who won, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He said, I was hitting the ball all good, and then he told his kid, we're getting a dog. He decided after winning.
Half the story was they had just closed on a house in that area. So he just bought a house and then won a tournament.
And he's like, you know what? Let's get a dog.
Or get a dog. Why not?
It's a nice weekend.
On the Sabres. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Real quick on that tournament, I live about 5 miles from it, and the last time I went was a Honda Classic, and it's brutal. That hole is absolutely brutal. I played it once, and I think I lost maybe 7 to 10 balls in that hole.
16?
Yeah, it's a monster.
Yeah, they call that stretch of 3 holes the bear trap. 15, 16, 17 is the bear trap. Tons of water.
That par 3 is absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, the point of the Sabres. So, when we played Jersey, you expect them to win. Jersey's at the bottom of the league, and you expect them to win. But to go to Florida and to do what they did to the Panthers, and then I was texting my buddy in Colorado, Artie, about the Tampa game. I said, buddy, you remember last year when we were up 5-1 against Colorado and blew that game and lost 6-5? I said, this, even with the same guys, basically the same roster, this team isn't doing that. And not only did not do it, they shut them down. I mean, Tampa did get 2 goals, but who cares? We scored 6 on that team, and if there's any team that could come back and do to us what Colorado did, would have been Tampa. But there's a different attitude with this team, and it's exciting. And I would love to see us pick up at the trade deadline. Tage is going to probably go over 40, and Tuck's going to go over 30. But I'd like another legitimate goal scorer that can get us in the 30s. Because just think how dangerous that would make us, especially if it's a power play expert, as you guys mentioned. Mm-hmm. And regarding the Bills, I would love to see either Shaheen or Dobbs, only if they are secondary receivers. I still want a primary receiver, whether you go get A.J. Brown and my dream of all dreams, Justin Jefferson. But if you can't get one of those two, please, dear goodness, use your first-round pick and get one of those receivers you mentioned and start grooming them to be your primary. And I think, Buffalo could really turn the tide at the wide receiver position with the right moves from Bean.
Thanks, Larry. Dobbs is really interesting. He's younger than you might think. He's 25. He's been really good. He's been in a Packers kind of everybody eats system, and you might think he deserves a little bit more. I've got – all right, we made it this long, so I'm going to get you a trivia point, all right? Mm-hmm. This is instant trivia that ultimately makes a point. Mm-hmm. Ready to play?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. I was looking up wide receiver salaries. I was looking at the salary cap. And I did this because of the report that the Bills are expected to be heavily in on receiver and after Romeo Dobbs or Rashid Shaheed. So I started thinking, what, are they going to pay? Are they going to make Romeo Dobbs their highest paid receiver? That's very possible by AAV. Shakir's 13 in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I think both these guys are getting 13 to 14 to 16 to 18. Is Dobbs the next Christian Kirk contract? Christian Kirk signed in Jacksonville. The idea was this guy's way better than people realize. He got 18. Mm-hmm. I think Dobbs could easily get 18, 16, something like that. Shakir's AAV is 4 years, 53. That's $13 million.
Okay.
Dobbs could go above that. Anyway, here's the trivia. How many teams, and who are they, that pay their second highest paid receiver more than the Bills pay their second highest paid receiver? And that's Josh Palmer. How many teams, and who are they, the second highest paid receiver makes more than the Bills' second highest paid receiver?
Okay.
Don't try to Dalton Kincaid me on this. Don't try to tell me what about,
I'm not going to.
I'm
not going to do
I'm not
that.
including George Kittle.
I'm not going to include Bijan Robinson
right.
because he plays receiver.
We're not
sometimes.
thinking like pass catchers. How many teams? And give me the names.
I'm going to guess there's like 6, 7 teams in the league. New England, one of them?
No.
I felt confident about that.
Who's the second highest paid receiver in New England?
Diggs is number 1. Who's number 2?
Nobody's making what Josh Palmer makes, not in New England.
Oh, so that's correct then.
How many teams pay more?
Pay more. Sorry, I was going the other way. Okay, so it's 25 teams, I would say.
You think 25 teams pay their second receiver more than the Bills paid Josh Palmer?
$11 million. I'll bring it down to 15.
15. Your answer is 15. The
15 is my guess.
The correct answer is 6. And one
So I
of
should
them
have stuck with my original
And
guess.
one of them you have to eliminate because one of them is Mike Evans, who's not on the Bucks anymore.
Right.
So give me the 5
Okay.
second receivers that make more money
Than Josh Palmer?
Than Josh Palmer.
Okay. Cincinnati,
Yes, T. Higgins,
Dallas,
George Pickens,
Philadelphia.
Devonta Smith. The next 2 are a little tougher.
Detroit.
Jamison Williams. And this is the hardest one to get because he didn't sign a free agent contract. I'll give it to you. Travis Hunter, who might not be a receiver. He might be a corner.
On his
rookie deal.
salary
11
is
million.
11
When you're
million?
second overall, you get a big number.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I know it was that much.
So, but here's the point. The Bills paid Josh Palmer more to be their second receiver than 27 teams pay their second highest paid receiver. And
Right.
the other part, do you know where Curtis Samuel ranks among third receivers?
Oh, man. It's
Number 1.
really?
Number 1. If you want to get real funny, you want to know where Mecole Hardman ranks among fourth receivers? Number 1.
Come on. What does he make?
Oh, sorry, Keon Coleman, number 4.
I was going to say, what does McCole Hardman make?
Hold on. I did all this.
Coleman.
I did all this in
Coleman.
Spot Track on AAV. Keon Coleman,
Okay.
fourth receiver, number 1. Mecole Hardman is their fifth receiver,
Right.
number 2, because he made $1.5 million for like 2 games. The point is, the big point is, as I went through way too much AAV and money stuff, it's not enough to sign Dobbs. It's not enough to sign Shaheed. They must learn the lesson. Why are we always up against the cap? Why does this keep happening? Because you keep doing this at this very expensive position. That's it. If you tell me they're going to get Dobbs, they're going to make Josh Palmer the most expensive third receiver in the league. Mm-hmm. The day after, they say Curtis Samuel can't be it anymore.
Yeah.
Would that be a good room? Shakir, Dobbs, and Palmer? I mean, it would be an upgrade. There's no doubt about it. But from a money standpoint, I just keep thinking these middle-class receiver contracts have been a problem. Mm-hmm. And maybe they'll sign another one. Okay.
I think they will.
Maybe they will.
They love it. They do it. And I think I said last week that if we drafted the receivers that they are most likely to add this week, he would be my number 1 pick because he is the X receiver that's going to block for you.
Dobbs.
And that's the role they don't have if you no longer trust Keon Coleman to do it. Shavers is out for the year. Probably. Gabe Davis is out for the year. Probably. Who's going to do that job? Are they going to trust a rookie to do it?
No.
They're going to want a guy that's established that they could trust, like Romeo Dobbs, who, by the way, is way younger than I thought he was.
He's 25.
I thought he played with Rodgers. I thought he was 28, 29. So age even works. I think he is. I'm not saying I love it. I think he is an upgrade. I like the player fine. I don't like how much you would probably have to pay him.
Well, there are so many
But I
teams.
do think I could totally see them signing him.
Yeah, and if they do, he'd be the best receiver on the team probably the day he walks in. Fair?
Yes, I guess, yes.
Certainly at a position of need. So if they did that.
He's in the same tier as Shakir. He's just a very different type of receiver.
Okay.
He's a better route runner, probably.
I can't decide if they're going to get priced out or if they'll get it because other teams don't do this. Other teams don't pay middle receivers as much, as evidenced by your second highest paid receiver. Again, the list is Devonta Smith, T. Higgins, George Pickens, Jamison Williams, and then Josh Palmer.
Right.
And there's a big drop from those guys are all 26. There's a gap. There's a big missing hole between 26 and 11 for a second highest paid receiver. Palmer's 9.6. It's just weird. It's weird. And trying to figure out the cap of it, they signed Dobbs. Okay, guess what we're doing next year at the draft if they don't draft a receiver? We're talking about drafting a receiver again. You just should do it. They met with all the first-round guys except for Tate and Lemon. And there are no reports they met with Tate and Lemon. We did get Brandon Beane on camera saying he thinks Cardinal Tate should not be drafted high because he ran too slow, which is funny, and hopefully that happens. Anyway. Dobbs, okay.
I guess if Palmer wasn't here at $11 million, I would be more into it.
Of course.
Yeah.
If Coleman leaves, then you could do it, and you have to draft. Trying to figure out that room and what they're going to do there is wild. But you don't save anything by moving on from Palmer.
No.
And I can't imagine you're going to trade him. Can't imagine he has much value at the contract he has.
No.
So it's kind of a needle to thread, and I find myself wondering if, can beggars be choosers? We've been begging, and if they get somebody, we're going to immediately be told, like, hey, they got a guy. What are you complaining about? It's the finances of another guy making like 16 is kind of tough.
If you told me they could trade Palmer and save half the money that it would take to pay him, you trade him post June 1, you save 10 of the 11.
Right.
But I can't. Who wants that?
Don't know.
Who wants Josh Palmer at $11 million? Nobody.
There's an out after this year. They can get out for some dead cap, but he's probably on the team this year. 803-0550. The good news is on the Romeo Dobbs scouting report, Chris Trapasso has a lot to say on him. We'll talk with him at 8 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Then there's the Sabres, who...
The Wagon Sabres.
The absolute
Warpath Sabres.
Wagon Sabres. They keep doing it, Joe. I remember back during the win streak, which one, right? Which win streak? Where I'd get to a game and I'd say, with you here, I'd say, listen, like, all right, if they lose this one, it's a back-to-back, 3 out of 4. They're missing this guy and this guy. If they lose this one, it's totally fine. And then they just win it.
Right.
All right, well, now that they won that one, if they lose the next one, that's probably fine. The Tampa game was definitely you are allowed to lose this game.
100%.
And it's 4-0 after one?
Right. It's the best team in the conference. You played the night before.
Yeah.
And it was
I'm
4-0
giving you
in the
pass.
first intermission.
Here is your hall pass. You guys could get roasted tonight, and I'm going to still come in feeling like, hey, you got 4 out of 6. That's pretty good.
I was wondering if 3 out of 6 was fine for the first 3 road. They're all on the road.
Incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
I think Saturday was the switch for me. Like, Saturday was, all right, I think it's okay to start talking like they're in. And to start thinking about things beyond that. Yeah. Like, how would they match up with the Lightning in the second round? Because I've got 2 games against Tampa, and they were this roadblock for me. Like, that's as far as you're going. You're hitting your head on that ceiling. You play them in round 1, you play them in round 2. Like, you can do whatever you want, and I think anything is possible until you meet that team, which I've been treating as you're not winning that series. Mm-hmm. They're just too good, too experienced. But I've now got 2 games against the Lightning where the Sabres played the day before in both on the road, and the 2 results are you lost in overtime in 3-on-3 when you had the lead in the final minute, and the other one is a 6-2 win. Why shouldn't I think you could beat Tampa in a 7-game series?
Fair.
And if I can get there, I can get anywhere, right? I mean, I'm at a point now, the other part of it for me about thinking it's okay to start treating it like they're in, but I'm not a big jinx guy, is kind of the opposite of what we normally do at this time, which is, are their first overall pick odds higher than their playoff odds?
Right.
Because if that's the case right now, then I probably should start thinking about going to the bottom. Right now, their odds to win the Stanley Cup on some sites, like hockeystats.com for one, are higher than their odds to miss the playoffs. They're 6% to win the Cup and 4% to miss the playoffs.
That was pretty good.
I'm thinking about what they can do once they're there. A lot more than I was.
Hey, Luke. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good.
Good. I just want to talk about 2 things. First thing, I think we need to give Zach Metsa his praise. I mean, talk about a guy who really did his time in the AHL. Comes up, maybe 15 games, he just was quiet, Didn't really see him that much, didn't stand out that much, and now he's, toe drag sniping top corners. The goals for and goals against when he's on the ice is like literally the best in the entire league. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I can't even think that we would think of sending him down.
No,
he's on one of the best heaters of all time in PDO.
Yes.
Which is the team's shooting percentage. When he's on the ice, the team's shooting percentage and the team's save percentage, opposing goalies stop a point. It's an 8-10 save percentage. In any shot that's when Zach Metza's on the ice, the Sabres shoot at the goalies. The other goalies make an 8-10 save percentage. The Sabres' save percentage when Metza is on the ice is .984.
Yeah.
But
do you know what that results in? You want to make it the stat of the day?
Sure.
Let's make it the stat of the day.
What?
Time now for the stat of the day. Brought to you by Chan's Smoke Shop 2 and Smart, where everything about Chan's Smoke Shop is smoke.
So what that save percentage and shooting percentage results in is the score when Zach Metza is on the ice this season.
Here we go.
For the Sabres is 18-2 in favor of the Sabres. That's a 90% goals for percentage. So when he's on the ice, the Sabres score 90% of the goals. That would be the highest that's ever been tracked in the NHL. Now,
March 2nd. Happy March. It's not a holiday today, but there's an afternoon hockey game. We learned that.
2:00, Predators hosting the Red Wings, which I want to watch.
Go Preds.
Easily. Why is there a hockey game at 2:00 in the afternoon on a Monday?
Why aren't there more 2:00 in the afternoon Monday hockey games? Get us through some Mondays.
People work.
Yeah. Well, all right. Yeah, so are the Red Wings now.
How many Predators season ticket holders
They're going
are
to work.
going, what the hell? I got to take off to go to this game?
Tourists.
But what, you got to, how many season ticket holders would the Predators have? Like 12,000 people?
That's a good question.
Do 11,000 of them have a job that would have them working during the game?
They're all influencers.
All of them?
Yeah, they live in Nashville. They're just all influencers.
They're all influencers
and they're all
and
just
singers.
Just gonna go to the game and
band
influence and sing.
All right. I mean, I'll take it. Selfishly, I'll be available to watch that game later.
803-0550. The Combine was kind of goofy this year. A couple things have happened. Have you noticed that participation in a lot of stuff is down? People don't run.
Yeah.
It's the fastest 40-time average in Combine history. It's because the slow guys don't run anymore.
Right.
No defensive back ran under 4.6 for the third straight year, because if you're a defensive back that won't run under 4.6, guess what you do? You don't run.
Over 4.6?
No, none ran over 4.6.
Over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're all under.
Yeah.
Everybody's. If you think you're not going to run a good time, you don't run.
Right.
And then if you don't run a good time, you have your agent tell one of the insiders that a bunch of the teams actually timed you at a different time.
Right.
That's Carnell Tate, who I'm not concerned about his speed. He ran like a 4.55, 4.54. And it's like, actually, teams clocked him at 4.47. Okay, cool. The Combine, we've reached it where the baseline, we all get in the same place so we can have universal times. And it's like, actually, those aren't real either.
Mm-hmm.
Even hand measurements and arm measurements. Have you seen that at the Combine, arm measurements on average were 3/8 of an inch shorter than they were at the Senior Bowl? All right. Good times.
Should we make it a rule? If you go to the Combine, you have to do a certain minimum of the drills. You can't go there and do one thing, which is who did that? Lemon?
Mackay Lemon.
Mackay Lemon did one thing.
He also did interviews.
Someone did one drill in the interviews, and that was it. It's like, if you're coming to the Combine, pick 5. You gotta do 5 of them. You're not just gonna come here and, I guess you're not wasting everybody's time because you are getting the meetings out of it, but go do that on your own time.
There is, if you're Lemon, maybe you shouldn't have gone all together. There's a lot of smoke, is that he bombed all of his interviews. Mackay Lemon.
It's because the Bills told him to do that, of course.
Well,
the same way that apparently Fernando Mendoza told the media that some team told him to get arrested so that he would fall.
I saw that. But per Chris Nimbley, multiple league sources told him Mackay Lemon's in-person interviews at the Combine were a disaster.
Wow.
You get that sometimes. This is character assassination season.
Is that someone's leaking that because they're trying to play a game here to get him a couple of picks lower than... Again, I hate the draft. I can't take any of it seriously. Maybe he bombed one interview and who's in the middle of the draft that might want him. The Ravens might be putting out, guys, he bombed all his interviews because they're playing the long game here to try to get him to fall to like the 14th pick.
I would say about Lemon, did you see any of his interviews or his media? He's a little bit like Fernando Mendoza, where when he talks, you're like, okay, this guy's just kind of a different kind of cat.
Kind of quirky.
Just a little bit. Anyway, 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe, Rashid Shaheed, Romeo Dobbs, and the Sabres here on WGR.
It only goes back to 2007.
What's the sample size?
So it's 20 years.
Minimum number of games?
It's 200 minutes on the ice. It's not really that much. It's like 20 guys. Yeah, a guy that played one game and won 1-0 doesn't qualify.
It's beautiful.
But he is 15% higher this year than second place, who was Nathan McKinnon.
Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good.
Good. I just want to talk about two things. First thing, I think we need to give Zach Metsa his praise. I mean, talk about a guy who really did his time in the AHL, comes up maybe 15 games, he just was quiet, Didn't really see him that much, didn't stand out that much, and now he's, toe drag sniping top corners. The goals for and goals against when he's on the ice is like literally the best in the entire league. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I can't even think that we would think of sending him down.
No,
he's on one of the best heaters of all time in PDO.
Yes,
which is the team's shooting percentage. When he's on the ice, the team's shooting percentage and the team's save percentage. Opposing goalies stop a point. It's an 8-10 save percentage. In any shot that's when Zach Metsa's on the ice, the Sabres shoot at the goalies. The other goalies make an 8-10 save percentage. The Sabres' save percentage when Metsa is on the ice is .984.
Yeah,
But
do you know what that results in? You want to make it the stat of the day?
Sure.
Let's make it the stat of the day.
What?
Time now for the stat of the day, brought to you by Chan Smoke Shop 2 and Smart, where everything about Chan Smoke Shop is smoke.
So what that save percentage and shooting percentage results in is the score when Zach Metsa is on the ice this season.
Here we go.
For the Sabres is 18-2 in favor of the Sabres. That's a 90% goals for percentage. So when he's on the ice, the Sabres score 90% of the goals. That would be the highest that's ever been tracked in the NHL. Now, tracking only goes back to 2007.
What's the sample size?
So it's 20 years.
Minimum number of games?
It's 200 minutes on the ice. It's not really that much. It's like 20 guys. Yeah, a guy that played one game and won 1-0 doesn't qualify.
It's beautiful.
But he is 15% higher this year than second place, who was Nathan McKinnon.
The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think I saw a number over the weekend. In the last maybe 10 starts, he's number one in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Malenstein?
Maybe not. Not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I want to apply this as the Malenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Malenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
Darlene comes down, helps Buffalo keep possession. Thompson working it in front with a shot. Scores! Takes Thompson! It's 4-0 Buffalo in Tampa. What an unbelievable first period for the Buffalo Sabres.
The Sabres find themselves on a 3-game win streak, now playing meaningful games in March. Coming out of the Olympic break, they got all 6 points off of their road trip, and they're now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa has 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th, and next in action tomorrow night hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against Laval Rocket with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Rival teams expect the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position in the coming weeks, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Doubs to the Bills. Around the NFL, we're 1 week away from the legal tampering period and the start of the new league year. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the league year. Essentially Sports' Tony Pauline reports the Vikings are quietly exploring an exit strategy for J.J. McCarthy. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Max Crosby won't garner a Micah Parsons-like trade package. The Buffalo Bandits, they win their back-to-back, defeated the Saskatchewan Rush 11-10 in overtime Friday night, and the Toronto Rock Saturday night 14-9. The Rochester Nighthawks defeated the Rush as well over the weekend, 13-12 on Saturday night. Join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding? You can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm going to go 3 for you for sure. I'm going to go Jay Jettis. I'm going to go Jamar Chase. I'm going to go JSN.
Mekhi Lemon of USC naming his favorite receivers. The combine from Indy is done. Now into rumor season and free agency a week away. Yeah, a week from today. Yep. NHL trade deadline is Friday.
Yes.
And NFL free agency tampering period, which basically means free agency, that starts on Monday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Opened up talking about the Sabres, who play tomorrow. Really could have used a game from them today or yesterday at noon. Little brunch hockey. Ready for
a noon game?
Some spring brunch hockey. Yeah, let's have some of that. A little bit more of that. They don't have enough afternoon games, by the way.
Do they have any more afternoon games?
I don't think so.
They have a Saturday 4 o'clock game in a couple of weeks.
They only had
That's
3 games maybe that were before 7 p.m. at home this year. It was disappointing.
Yeah, that's a road game anyway against LA. I guess they have a Saturday 5:30 home game in March.
That's this Saturday. Is it not?
This
Saturday they play.
Oh, there's 2 then. There's one on the 7th and one on the 28th.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of home games down the stretch here.
Good.
I mean, it's 5 of the next 6, I believe.
They have a lot of games.
6 of the next 7.
The Sabres do. It's gonna feel like the playoffs because they play every other night. Every other night they're just they're playing again. They've got a bunch of games in the month of March, and they start against Vegas tomorrow. Vegas got steamrolled by Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh without Sidney Crosby looks pretty good still.
They look fine right now.
And the Florida Panthers, who the Sabres beat over the weekend in a desperate game for them, they're dead. They lost the game in regulation yesterday to the Islanders when games that late don't end. Both teams usually just decide to go to overtime. They lost in regulation.
Yeah, there's a 8-point difference right now between Florida and Boston for the final playoff spot.
And that's 13 between the Sabres and the Panthers. So,
yes.
I mean, on out-of-town scoreboard, it's officially root for Florida time because whoever they beat is good.
Yeah.
Right? Beat somebody.
I'm rooting for – I still think the number 1 team I'm rooting against right now that's out of the picture is Ottawa. But I can't get serious about anybody right now because they are so far behind the Sabres, and they need to be leapfrogged by 5 teams.
Yeah. 803-0550. On the Sabres, if you want it, in 1 hour we'll talk a little on Romeo Doubs with Chris Trapasso. He and Nate Geary will be taking you from 1 to 3 this week on WGR. So middays with Chris Trapasso and Nate Geary this week and next week. And we'll talk to Chris coming up at 8 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Talked a little bit about the free agency ideas for the Bills. They've been linked to, I can give the actual language of it from Jeremy Fowler. He's the one reporting that league executives, rival teams, expect the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position, and that multiple league execs are linking Rashid Shaheed and Romeo Doubs to the Bills. I would say Shaheed's projected $13-14 million a year, and Doubs, I think, might go higher because he's younger.
Yeah.
So,
and he's more the role that I think the Bills want and feel a need for. I've never seen their desire for a smaller burner, fast receiver like Rashid Shaheed. When have they ever felt value in a player like that in the last 4 years? Whereas
he's not that small. He's 6 foot.
6 foot.
Yeah. He's not.
I guess actually he's not that much smaller than Dobbs then, because Dobbs is like 6'2", 6'3". But that X receiver, physical, blocking, does all the stuff that isn't catching the football. Dobbs does all of it. And they'll talk about how much they love and value all that Tyrell Shavers did in that department, or what Matt Collins did in that department. Gabe Davis before that in that department. I think Dobbs is that player, and other than Coleman, who is not trustworthy right now, they don't have that player on the roster.
Yep.
So I think, okay, because you think they would go with a rookie on that again? Would they do Coleman and a rookie for that role?
No,
they'll add a veteran.
I remain convinced that they will add a veteran. That a veteran is the primary thing they're looking to do.
Yeah, I guess the thing I would say is for that type of role, which is not as much about who's good at getting open, who's good at, putting up big stats, but who can just do all that dirty work for me. Like when you signed Matt Collins 2 years ago, what does that role cost you? 1 year, $5 million at most for some guys. But I guess in Dobbs, you would be hoping, well, this is a guy that can do all that and then can also be a little bit dangerous for me in the pass game. So I think he's a really good shot at that. But I would expect them to sign some veteran to play that style. If it's not him, then I'd start going down the list. Like, it would be cheaper guys, like Noah Brown maybe, like guys that are just not going to move the needle at all, that they would sign in free agency.
I just think the GM's going to want
Nick Westbrook-Akine.
He's going to want to put on the sunglasses, which means it's Mike Evans or Dobbs or Shaheed. Like, those guys rate on different levels.
Yep,
Evans
they do.
Rates quite well. How much does he have left? That's a good question. Evans, we learned also from Jeremy Fowler that Mike Evans wants 4 things in his next stop: a quarterback he believes in, a chance at a Super Bowl, a top-shelf offensive coordinator, and the promise of high-volume touches. That's Mike Evans. The Bills check those boxes.
Do they check?
They at least check 2 very easily in quarterback you believe in and chance at a Super Bowl, I think.
Yep.
Top-shelf OC. The guy's had some pretty good offenses. I think you could say top-shelf OC. Mm-hmm. Let's give Joe Brady that, sure. Promise of high-volume touches. I would say the promise is simply this. When Josh gets a quarterback that runs down the field and gets open, he throws him the ball. He wants to throw that guy the ball.
Yep.
Brandon Cooks got targets because, hey, look, there's a guy down there who's available. And Josh also wanted to throw the ball to Keon Coleman a lot. And if Evans goes out there and does the Coleman job, but does it well, he would get peppered with targets.
I guess I'd wonder, though, would a receiver of that caliber here get... Evans is not loud all the time about this, but would he get frustrated with the amount of... Like, if he wants high-volume targets, what does he consider that to be? Does he consider that to be what he's been getting in Tampa? Because that has been
100 and what?
110 at minimum in these seasons, and as high as like 136. I mean, if you go way earlier in his career, he had a year with 173. I don't think that's happening anywhere. No. But 110? Like, can I get 110 in a place?
Yeah, I think so.
And here, there would be 2 schools of thought on that. One, I don't have a lot of competition for that. So, yeah, I should be able to get 100 targets plus in this offense. But on the other hand, it's kind of the thing maybe that A.J. Brown deals with in Philadelphia. I don't have the opportunity to catch the ball as much as I want because you're running it all the time. And the Bills are on that list. They run the ball a ton and don't throw it as much as,
unless they're about
some more
change
high-volume offenses.
Unless they're about to change that because the coach is no longer under another coach that told him he wanted to run a lot, which is, again, I don't know how much of a leap that is, how much that's true. We're going to kind of find out. If they run it the same amount, then we learn the lesson that it was not McDermott that wanted to run it that much. It's Joe Brady that wants to run that much. So anyway, if you have a thought on the Sabres, you can throw it our way as well. We're taking plenty of calls on the Sabres this morning and the excitement that we have about them. But on Evans,
I think he's my favorite idea right now. Veteran.
Sure,
veteran. The draft ideas, to me, drafting one is obviously top. But
if you want
the veterans, I don't. The Pierce money would be crazy, and I don't think it sounds like he's getting anywhere away from Indianapolis anyway. Pittman isn't my favorite, and Dobbs isn't my favorite, or Shaheed I like, but Evans, maybe it's just the name, but he's still so good, or has been so good, and I guess I'm not as afraid of the age with him. I think he's the perfect type of receiver for what they need, and it sounds like he might really get to the market, which I've wanted to believe for the last couple of years, and it hasn't actually happened. So, and I don't believe they're going to make an A.J. Brown trade. So, to me, this is as big a receiver move for a veteran that you're going to be able to get your hands on, I think, is Evans.
Looking at who they met with at the Combine, we do this a lot, and we'll probably do this, with their top 30 visits, just by numbers. Can we figure it all out here just by the numbers, or is it just that, certain players are more likely to get asked? We know they met with one defensive end edge rusher, three defensive tackles.
Okay.
One corner, one defensive back, Jalen Kilgore there out of South Carolina. 3 safeties, 6 receivers, and 2 punters. Now, there's more than just that, but those are the people we know. It very well might be that we're most likely to find out about receivers because they get more media, they get more attention.
I was going to say, did anybody say no? Did anybody get asked, did you meet with the Bills and say no?
I don't know that.
I don't know if I've ever heard that before.
I think
Does it just come down to which players get asked?
I know Mekhi Lemon did not meet with the Bills. Now, is that because...
Did he say it, or someone reported it, maybe?
I don't know. I think if you're up there as someone in the media, you ask, and if they say yes, you tweet yes.
Yeah.
If they say no, I don't know. Carnell Tate's on record talking about how he'd like to play with Josh Allen, and he's going to go too high. But whatever, 6 receivers, and look at the guys they looked into. Omar Cooper, Jordan Tyson, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston are 4 of them. And those are that's the group that's probably going to go, from 10 to 30.
Yeah. Is that not a little different than last year? In that last year, I thought, if I remembered right, they were meeting with a lot of receivers, but they were meeting with guys
that's right.
that were 3rd, 4th, 5th rounders. I remember Isaiah Bond standing out because he was, this guy's a 2nd-round prospect that they're meeting with. They were not, in my memory, were meeting with the top receivers in the draft, whereas this one, I guess that would be a positive sign, is all those names that are expected to go middle 1st round, late 1st round, early 2nd round are on the list of guys they've met with. And if I remember correctly, that was not true last year.
That is a good catch. That's correct. I actually looked into this for the tracker, the 2024 Combine, the 2025 Combine, and yeah, I think that what you've got is a little bit of a whatever. Could be deceiving just because we don't get every answer of who they visited with, but this one skews towards the mid 1st round receiver talent. They met all those guys.
Right.
Jordan Tyson, the fact that it's not Lemon or Tate, they could also bring them in for a top 30 visit. They could go to their pro day. You have lots of different opportunities to do all this, but yeah, it's another year where if they meet with a bunch, I'm going to think they're going to draft one. And if they don't, I'm going to ask, why aren't you doing this?
Right. The receivers the Bills had, for instance, top 25 visits with last year were Isaiah Bond, who didn't get drafted because of off-field, but he was going to go 2nd round.
Third. I think he was supposed to be a 3rd round.
Okay, Keandre Lambert-Smith, who went, I think, in the 5th.
Yeah.
Jalen Lane, who went in the 4th. Arian Smith, I have no idea where he went, but I don't think it was
5th
high.
or 6th, maybe.
Isaac Tesla, 4th round. Those were your receivers that they had in for visits.
Yeah.
Those were all mid-round guys.
3rd and 4th.
They did not have in any of the 1st-round caliber receiver prospects.
Those are visits to the building.
Those were visits. Those were not who you met with at the Combine. So that's a little different. But
as we go along, we'll see what caliber of player they're bringing in: defensive ends, linebackers, safeties.
Yeah.
It was a good combine for the safeties. Everyone's raving about the safeties and said that free agent safeties had a bad week because the safeties at the combine are crazy athletic.
There was one first-round guy they met with at the combine. There were 5 receivers last year that said they met with the Bills at the combine. Bond, again.
Yeah.
Xavier Restrepo.
Yep.
He went the 7th. Arian Smith again from Georgia. Savion Williams, who went in the late 3rd. And the one first-round guy they met with was Matthew Golden.
Right. Okay.
But that's only one. And here, this year, it was like, how many guys did you just rattle off that could go first round?
4.
4 of them?
Yeah.
That's a big difference, I think.
803-0550. David and Wilson. David, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, just calling in because I agree with you guys completely when it comes to free agency wide receivers and how it's looking this year. Like, I don't think Shaheed or Dobbs are going to be worth the money that, they're going to garner in free agency. Evans, I'm with you guys. I wouldn't mind Evans on a short-term contract, but then I also feel like even if we get any of these guys, we still need a dress receiver in the draft too. The big thing for me when it comes to the draft, I feel like edge rusher seems to be much more loaded through the first round to where we could maybe make a move up for one of those guys, and maybe more so than receiver in my opinion. And then the big thing for me is I know a lot of people are calling about Justin Jefferson and like looking into over the cap and like all like the cap money and all that stuff. I noticed that like his contract probably wouldn't be able to be moved until post June 1st. And the way that I could see the Bills being only like financially being able to do it is to release Taron Johnson with the post-June 1st cut, like right now, because I know we can do that to 1 or 2 players beforehand. And then when the time comes after June 1st, the key player for the trade, in my opinion, would be Ed Oliver because he would release a lot of cap space for us, and I honestly don't know how well he's going to fit in the 3-4 defense, being like, nose tackle, I think he's too small, and at the end he doesn't have that arm length or size for it. And let's do pretty much essentially the trade last year for Micah Parsons, do Ed Oliver, first-round pick, maybe even, another first round if we have to, and be able to go get Justin Jefferson and be able to make that big move. To have, like, Cook, Jefferson, and Allen, I think would give everybody such, like, it'd be insane. It would just be insane to have it. And I feel like that's the only way it could work. I don't see it happening anytime here in March, but, yeah, I just wanted to call in and give you guys my opinion on that.
Thanks, David. I don't profess to know that much about the cap. I mean, I use Mike Giannini at Spot Track. I use over the cap a little bit here and there, too, but, like, the idea here is you're going to trade for Justin Jefferson after June 1st, which means just to take it for what you said. I got to convince the Vikings to get no assets for Justin Jefferson until 2027 because I'm not trading them draft picks. I can't.
And you want to give them Ed Oliver, which, listen, I don't mind the argument that he has value, but you got to take the team into context too. And as far as I remember, their defensive line is great. Like, I'm not saying they wouldn't like Ed Oliver, but do they need him?
I don't think the Bills are trading Ed Oliver. I mean, his name comes up. And
but it's not someone that would
have
value at all to me. Like for this, he would have value, but the team isn't out there looking. I don't think for defensive tackles. Like I'm looking at Pro Football Focus, and all their interior linemen grade really well. Jalen Redmond was like one of the higher graded defensive interior guys last year. Like I just don't think they might like him, but they don't need him. So.
We should probably hear about Dawson Knox soon, by the way.
Yes.
What's happening there?
The new league year, all that will start dropping, I think. Like Samuel, of course, too, and something with Knox. That Jefferson, I can't have a conversation about him until I have a rumor. You got to give me some reason to believe it could actually happen. There's nothing other than this speculation that he should want out because they don't have a quarterback.
Like, they might have a quarterback in a week.
Right, exactly. But like for now, I might agree with that. If their plan is J.J. McCarthy, if I were Justin Jefferson, yeah, I'd want out. But I don't know that he'll be willing to make it ugly enough to want out. He would need to make it ugly. And sorry, to this point, like he did his media rounds like in Super Bowl week, and he left a little bit of a breadcrumb on like, how much he likes Joe Brady. But
that just might be honestly liking Joe Brady.
He certainly, though, did not do anything to make it ugly with the Vikings.
No.
And he would need to because they're treating it as every time they've talked about it, no, we would never trade him. We wouldn't even consider that. Well, okay, if that's their standpoint, you need to be willing to make it a mess. And to this point, he hasn't gone near making it a mess. And you're right, they might. Who's their quarterback going to be in a week?
Kirk Cousins? Could be.
He did shout, "Darn it, Kirk," in different language at one point that we caught on mic. They were rumored for Kyler Murray also.
Could be Kyler Murray. Could be, not that these are all great. It could be Geno Smith.
That actually is the idea I saw that might be the most likely because the Vikings are up against the cap, and because of the year Smith just had, he's going to be like free.
And I do
and
know
that he's played that style of offense before.
There are still Geno Smith truthers out there that think when he had that good year, that was legit, and in Vegas last year, he was submarined by a bad scheme.
Right.
Bad supporting cast. Like, put him in Minnesota. He could be serviceable for them. Does that keep Jefferson healthy or whatever, happy? That I don't know. Thanks for the phone call. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. To the point about, the draft class, there's one thing we'll get to. Teams love to tell you they just take, it's, hey, guys, best player available. Best player available. But if you really do that and just go best player available, then you would have to admit you do not care about the depth of the class and where it is. Right?
Yep.
I got my board. It's 1 through 375. And if I care about the depth of the class, then I'm just ignoring my best player available. Brian Baldinger put out his top 100. Right? He's got his top 100. A lot could change. He tweeted it. He's got names on a whiteboard. The deepest two positions? Receiver and edge. Put yourself in the position of the GM of any football team. You want to get a receiver, an edge, and a safety. And you're looking at the board and like, well, listen, if we take the safety here, he's not the highest guy on our board, but there's more depth at receiver and more depth at edge in the second and the third, and we're going to get one of the guys, 3 top 100 players. Whereas if we go the receiver here, the safeties might dry out. I know every team's always going to tell you they always do best player available. It has to be a lie if they're looking at the depth of a class. You would never care about the depth of a class if you're going best player available. Maybe that makes it too binary there, make it one or the other. There's probably, a formula that they use. But anyway, the number one position Baldinger had for the most players in the top 100 was receiver. Number 2 was edge.
All right.
That's good news for the Bills.
That's very good news.
Right?
So both positions, I think they're top 2 for the odds, I would say for sure. Is one of those two.
Yeah, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Sabres and Golden Knights tomorrow.
You want a quick crazy stat on the Golden Knights?
Ooh.
So they lost 5-0 to Pittsburgh. The crazy stat on the Golden Knights, unless have you seen it?
No, probably not.
Okay. The Golden Knights, the last time they beat a team that's in a playoff spot was November 20th.
Ooh.
And they have, this season, of teams that are currently in a playoff spot, they have 4 wins. They beat Carolina twice, the Red Wings once, and Utah once.
That's it?
That's it. Vegas has has 4 wins this year against teams that are right now in a playoff spot. And they would have to do that on the road tomorrow against the Sabres, probably without Mark Stone.
Vegas is 1-6 in the shootout this year.
Okay.
That might be a lot of those losses.
That could be. I mean, they are in part, I think, in great shape because they're in the worst division in hockey.
Right. That division, can I give you, here's another stat for you on that division.
Yeah.
That division, second place is Anaheim.
Yeah.
Anaheim has 19 regulation wins. The Sabres are in second in their division and have 29.
20. I think the Sabres have more points than Vegas. What is Vegas at? You have that up?
Yeah.
Vegas has
70.
7, and the Sabres are at 76.
Mm-hmm.
So they would be winning that division by a lot.
By 6 points.
Yeah. Yeah, Vegas, I mean, they're not well, I guess maybe you could argue they're a bad team by this, but they are not in any danger because they're in a division that is not challenging them, really.
Must be nice. 803-0550, our phone number. The trade deadline is this week. Very exciting. Legal tampering, a week from today in the NFL. We've got draft season as well. You can give us a call, 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Maybe Mike Evans. How about a good Mike Evans rumor today? How about a list of teams?
I was going to say, get him on a podcast.
A list of teams.
And someone asking him about quarterbacks he'd like to play with.
That's the kiss of death. You say that, you're never coming here. That's
if you say you want to play with.
DeAndre
I thought the kiss of death was Von Miller was saying would say you would come here.
DeAndre Hopkins wanted to come here. Odell. Now, maybe all these were good ideas to not have them come here, but if you say you want to come here,
doesn't happen.
Kiss of death. We want guys that want to be here, but don't talk about it. I don't know. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on Romeo Dobbs, on Rashid Shaheed, on trading at Oliver, whatever you want. Offseason begins shortly. Combine in the books. What's the biggest headline from the Combine? How no one was there for offensive lineman interviews. You see that?
Yes.
But the reason was everybody in the media immediately said it's hard to stay for 6 days.
Right.
Everybody's got budgets. Sorry, lineman. Scheduling problem. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Hey, Luke. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good.
Good. I just want to talk about two things. First thing, I think we need to give Zach Metza his praise. I mean, talk about a guy who really did his time in the AHL, comes up maybe 15 games, he just was quiet, Didn't really see him that much, didn't stand out that much, and now he's, toe drag sniping top corners. The goals for and goals against when he's on the ice is like literally the best in the entire league. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I can't even think that we would think of sending him down.
No,
he's on one of the best heaters of all time in PDO.
Yes,
which is the team's shooting percentage. When he's on the ice, the team's shooting percentage and the team's save percentage. Opposing goalies stop a point. It's a 8-10 save percentage. In any shot that's when Zach Metza's on the ice, the Sabres shoot at the goalies. The other goalies make an 8-10 save percentage. The Sabres' save percentage when Metza is on the ice is .984.
Yeah,
But
do you know what that results in? You want to make it the stat of the day?
Sure.
Let's make it the stat of the day.
What?
Time now for the stat of the day, brought to you by Chan Smoke Shop 2 and Smart, where everything about Chan Smoke Shop is smoking.
So what that save percentage and shooting percentage results in is the score when Zach Metza is on the ice this season.
Here we go.
For the Sabres is 18-2 in favor of the Sabres. That's a 90% goals for percentage. So when he's on the ice, the Sabres score 90% of the goals. That would be the highest that's ever been tracked in the NHL. Now, tracking only goes back to 2007.
What's the sample size?
So it's 20 years.
Minimum number of games?
It's 200 minutes on the ice. It's not really that much. It's like 20 guys. Yeah, a guy that played one game and won 1-0 doesn't qualify.
It's beautiful.
But he is 15% higher this year than second place, who was Nathan McKinnon.
Evans, we learned also from Jeremy Fowler that Mike Evans wants 4 things in his next stop: a quarterback he believes in, a chance at a Super Bowl, a top-shelf offensive coordinator, and the promise of high-volume touches. That's Mike Evans. The Bills check those boxes.
Do they check?
They at least check 2 very easily in quarterback you believe in and chance at a Super Bowl, I think.
Yep.
Top-shelf OC. The guy's had some pretty good offenses. I think you could say top-shelf OC. Mm-hmm. Let's give Joe Brady that, sure. Promise of high-volume touches. I would say the promise is simply this. When Josh gets a quarterback that runs down the field and gets open, he throws him the ball. He wants to throw that guy the ball. Yep. Brandon Cook's got targets because, hey, look, there's a guy down there who's available. And Josh also wanted to throw the ball to Keon Coleman a lot. And if Evans goes out there and does the Coleman job, but does it well, he would get peppered with targets.
I guess I'd wonder, though, would a receiver of that caliber here get – Evans is not loud all the time about this, but would he get frustrated with the amount of – like, if he wants high-volume targets, what does he consider that to be? Does he consider that to be what he's been getting in Tampa? Because that has been
100 and what?
110 at minimum in these seasons, and as high as, 136. I mean, if you go way earlier in his career, he had a year with 173. I don't think that's happening anywhere. No. But 110? Can I get 110 in a place?
Yeah, I think so.
And here, there would be 2 schools of thought on that. One, I don't have a lot of competition for that. So, yeah, I should be able to get 100 targets plus in this offense. But on the other hand, it's kind of the thing maybe that A.J. Brown deals with in Philadelphia. I don't have the opportunity to catch the ball as much as I want because you're running it all the time. And the Bills are on that list. They run the ball a ton and don't throw it as much as,
unless they're about
some more high-volume
that,
offenses.
Unless they're about to change that because the coach is no longer under another coach that told him he wanted to run a lot, which is, again, I don't know how much of a leap that is, how much that's true. We're going to kind of find out. If they run it the same amount, then we learn the lesson that it was not McDermott that wanted to run it that much. It's Joe Brady that wants to run that much.
The Sabres find themselves in a 3-game win streak and now playing meaningful games in March following the Olympic break. They got all 6 points out of the road trip and now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa does have 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th. They're next in action tomorrow, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans, they fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against the Laval Rocket with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Rival teams expect the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position in the coming weeks per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Doubs to the Bills. Around the NFL, we're 1 week away from the legal tampering period and the start of the new league year as well. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the new league year. Essentially Sports' Tony Pauline reports the Vikings are quietly exploring an exit strategy for J.J. McCarthy, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Max Crosby probably wouldn't garner a Micah Parsons-like trade package. The Bandits win their back-to-back over the weekend. They defeated the Saskatchewan Rush 11-0 in overtime on Friday night, and the Toronto Rock on Saturday night 14-9. And the Rochester Nighthawks defeat the Rush as well over the weekend 13-12 on Saturday night. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Sabres will bring it up. 3 on entry. Panthers are back, though. Here's Norris. Holds it. Sends it back to the line. Quick shot. Scores! Melenstein! Beck with the blast. Sabres with their second goal of the hockey game.
Reviewed and upheld. A call goes the Sabres' way. Nice. That was in Florida on Friday. Sabres got that win, courtesy of that goal. No problem with it, right? Everybody's good with that goal? Hold on, we got a goalie coming in complaining. What is it, senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker here to say? You got to be fair to the goalie.
I mean,
he's out of the crease. Are you allowed?
No, he isn't. No, his glove is.
Okay, fine. His glove is out of the crease. Am I allowed to just reach into a player and be like, he's in my way? Maybe I am allowed to do that.
I said to Bulldog when it happened, I said, the replay happened, I was like, that's not counting. That can't count. Then they counted it, and I said to him, I would be under arrest right now if this was me and that.
The goalie, Tarasov, his name?
Yeah.
He
Tarasov
said, I don't know what the ref was smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like,
That's a strong
they
sentence.
were mad. Toronto was mad we beat the Leafs last night. Because they had just beat the Leafs. Like, he went pretty hard, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But I would have been losing it. I get the rule where his glove is technically out of the area of the crease, and so that's where Samuelson touches it. In my mind, though, as a goalie, I need to have the right to go get that puck. Like I'm not going to get there to position myself or try and keep you from anything. I'm going to go make a save on the puck. And I get there, and a guy's stick whacks my arm out of the way. Mm-hmm. Like, in the spirit of the name, goalie interference, does that not add up for everybody? Like,
no, I'm with you. If it was the other way around, I would have been mad. Like, to me, I was not expecting that to count because the rule, as I read it, is about the player and the goalie's positioning. The word positioning is in there. I know that the act is outside the crease, but if you're telling me the rule says positioning in the crease, both players are in the crease.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying it's wrong that outside the paint should be different, but that's not, to me, what the rule says.
Exactly.
So they're not going literally by what they wrote down, which is fine. Just change. I think you need to change the wording of the rule a little bit if you're the league.
We've had a lot of potential. The prophecy, the drought ends. Is this the hockey gods deciding that Hudson Fashion's kick into the net?
Maybe.
Like, you know what? We'll give you one here.
Right.
You're going to get the playoffs. We're going to give you one that's obviously bad.
It cost a couple of Benson goalie interferences early in the year too that were ridiculous that went against the Sabres.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean that's the. We talked about this a little bit when the goalie interference happened in the Olympics. I can't remember exactly what game it was that something got called back and I was like, wow, that seems pretty soft. And I came on here and said, I agree it's soft, but I know what it was going to be, and I knew right away. And I think everybody watching, if you know the rules, knew right away. And once again, we've got a situation here with goalie interference in the NHL where we all think, like, oh, obviously, this isn't going to count. He whacked his hand out of the way as he's making a save. This shouldn't count. Goal. And there's nobody ever knows what's going on. You got Paul Maurice on the bench. Like, what is happening? Just cost his team a game. I just think that it's not a well-written or well-refereed situation in the NHL right now. And it was Friday.
Yeah.
Friday exemplifies that. That play is ridiculous and should not count.
It's definitely not a well-written rule. I'm looking at it right now. It leaves a ton of room for subjectivity. Like, I read the rule and say, well, that tells me it's about where the players are, not about where the act is. They're both in the crease. But someone else could read it and say, well, no, it talks about being in the crease and it's stick and glove outside the crease, so therefore it shouldn't matter where he's sitting. I think it's not a very well-written rule.
No.
Which you would not be surprised on if you watch this league all the time.
They don't know
and
goalie
every
interference
night there's a different standard on goalie interference.
Exactly. That is the overarching issue to me. It's just that nobody knows what's happening, so the goalies are going to freak out almost no matter what's happening because anything you tell them, they've seen something else that goes against that. And so they'll use that in whatever context they need. And like I said, I seriously, I would have been suspended for abuse of an official if that happened to me in a game. I would have gotten a suspension because I would have been screaming at a ref. Like, what are you talking about? He hit my glove out of the way. I was going for the puck, and I got stopped. You cannot do that. I think even genuinely, as maybe this is a goalie bias thing, but even out of the crease, and obviously there has to be a limit, but I should have rights to that puck first. This is my gig. You got to pass it around me, shoot it around me. If I want to go outside my crease by a foot and go get this puck, I need to be able to do that and not get hit out of the way.
You know what? I'm looking for a new rule here. I don't think goalies should be allowed to glove the puck just anywhere.
Nah.
You can't just skate out to the face-off circle and catch it in your glove. No, not allowed.
See, that sounds ridiculous. I know.
In soccer, they got a box. You're allowed to use your hands in here. You go outside that box, you can't use your hands.
This is why I think it's written, though, if the goalie is positioned in the crease.
Right.
Sure.
Which he is kneeling in the crease.
I've never thought about it until right now, but you shouldn't be able to use your glove anywhere outside of, like, actually playing goal.
I mean,
I have actually thought about
but you're
that.
right. Like, the player should not be allowed to, pucks coming in, and he's on the top of the crease, so I know if the puck comes in, where's his glove going to be? Oh, in the white paint. I'm just going to slash his glove.
That is literally now the precedent that they have set. If you've got a goalie that likes to play with his toes out of the crease, now you know if he makes a save in front of his body with his hand and I throw his hand out of the way,
but as we know,
it's going to count.
But as we know, there is no precedent because if tomorrow night somebody does the same thing and like moves your glove out of the way, it's a coin flip if that's going to go against you or not.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
One thing this immediately makes me think is the international rule that we just watched for goalie interference better?
100%.
Because it's clear.
It's very clear.
It's way clear.
It's way better.
You touch the guy. That's it.
Right.
It's
Sorry.
not judgment call. It's you touched him. That's
you got pushed in.
Yep.
I don't care. If you're
matter.
in the crease or you touch the guy as he's making a save, it doesn't matter.
It is clear.
While we're at it, I don't want to be ranting against all goals that went for the Sabres, but that was not a kicking motion by Bjorkstrand in Tampa. The game was over anyway. It wouldn't matter. Was it 5-0?
Yeah.
But he's falling to the ice as
tough.
it hits his foot. We're going to tell me he's falling like down and he kicked it.
I'm going to just go with
1/10 of the kick that Fashing's goal was 3 years ago.
I'm going to just go with it's all coming back to us. The hockey gods know that we've all been suffering
We were due.
and we are
yes.
due. So
that's true.
Trade deadline is Friday.
I can't wait for this deadline. When's the last time you were excited for a deadline?
10 years ago.
Not
No,
even that,
maybe
because
not.
Darcy Regier had built up such a reputation that they were never going to do anything at the deadline that I stopped getting excited for it.
Yeah. Last time we were excited at the deadline would have been last time they acquired a player at the deadline. We were excited.
That I was thrilled was the last time I was truly excited, like on deadline day, was when they traded Cassian for Cody Hodgson.
Don't forget about Norris. No? Was that an exciting day, or was that just like, all right, our future has changed? They got rid of Dylan Cousins.
I think that got people
That's
going because people were done with Cousins.
If nothing else, that was vision for the future. This guy, if he stays healthy, is good. Then he played 3 games.
Yeah.
And now he's back, and he looks darn good.
Yeah, you're right. I like that in the moment. Was that on deadline day? Or was it the day before?
Might have been the day before.
Whatever. Yeah, it's deadline-ish
counts.
kind of deal, yeah.
Okay.
Brian in Buffalo. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Morning, guys. You know what? Nobody's really brought this up at all, but if you watch Samuelson, he looks like he's not intentionally batting a guy's glove. He looks like he's trying to tip the puck. And, that he should have his own – if that glove's outside the crease, doesn't he have every right to try to tip the puck? And then you guys mentioned about the goalie interference. You know what? You change that rule, you're going to start to get goalies to start flopping whenever there's anybody near them.
True.
Just to get a call for a no goal or goalie interference. So that's a fine line when we start thinking about that stuff with the goalies.
Yeah. Well, I'm immediately thinking about, like, as you lay this all out, and the crease, right? What's the crease for? And if we're talking college basketball, as you say, like, he's got a right to that space, I'm thinking back to, hey, happy March. It's about to be blocky, chargy season, where guys run in front of a player that's running to the net, running to the rim, stand there and get knocked over. Like,
yeah,
charge. And what do? They put that little semicircle where you're not going to call any charges if you're inside that semicircle because that's too close to the. What's the crease for? Owen, what's the crease for?
I always, in my mind, it was always my anchor.
But, rules-wise.
But to me,
in my mind, I'm trying to get after the idea of if you want to say he's got right to that puck, then what's the crease for?
No, I know. And that's where, I would even say if you want to make that rule and say the player has equal rights to that puck, that's fine. I don't read that as how they've written it. Get rid of the term player's positioning in the goal crease then. Don't make it about position. Make it about where contact is made.
Yeah. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
The crease, I never thought of the crease as anything other than a guide for me. It was always my
more than anything
my
rule-wise.
Positional anchor almost. And it was sort of a defense, this is my area, I need to defend this more. But I never thought of it in any kind of rules. I always played the position I'm going to get touched and I'm going to get bumped around and I just got to deal with it. And that's just what it was. And especially when you're not playing in the NHL where there's reviews, you're going to have stuff happen and you're like,
I thought the other thing that maybe they saw in that play was because Tarasov, I guess it is the reach that hurts him. It's not just where the space is, because part of the rule also does say that contact of any kind initiated by the attacking player with the goalkeeper. And I wonder if they saw it as, no, Tarasov, by reaching out like that, he's actually the one that's initiating the contact.
Right.
If his glove was already there outside the crease and Samuelson comes in late and hits it,
then it's a charge.
Then maybe they view it differently, which is, again, why I think you see this different every night.
Blocky, chargy.
There's just too much interpretation.
It's a big goal.
It's a big goal.
It's a big goal for the Sabres. I mean, Florida is so far out of it. I guess it would matter for them, too, because they need to go on a crazy run here.
Oh, they're done. They're done.
Yeah.
Florida's done.
I said yesterday in my out-of-town scoreboard thing, I'd like to, I'm done with them. Get them out of here, and I'm no longer really worried about almost anybody. We're cruising, I think, at this point. It's about finish as high in the Atlantic as you can, and that's where I've been approaching it from.
Quick football news. The Chiefs are releasing Jawan Taylor.
Saw that.
$20 million that'll save them. He was on a $20 million per year deal. So
when we return, a couple calls on the Sabres and wide receiver draft idea. All right, 803-0550. We'll get your calls in. Chris Trapasso, top of the hour, talking about Romeo Dobbs and other things. Bills here on WGR. Hey, Luke. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good.
Good. I just want to talk about two things. First thing, I think we need to give Zach Metsa his praise. I mean, talk about a guy who really did his time in the AHL, comes up maybe 15 games, he just was quiet, Didn't really see him that much, didn't stand out that much, and now he's, toe drag sniping top corners. The goals for and goals against when he's on the ice is literally the best in the entire league. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I can't even think that we would think of sending him down.
No.
He's on one of the best heaters of all time in PDO.
Yes.
Which is the team's shooting percentage. When he's on the ice, the team's shooting percentage and the team's save percentage. Opposing goalies stop a point. It's an 8-10 save percentage. In any shot that's when Zach Metza's on the ice, the Sabres shoot at the goalies. The other goalies make an 8-10 save percentage. The Sabres' save percentage when Metza is on the ice is .984.
Yeah.
Jeremy, what are you here for? River
But
Front.
do you know what that results in? You want to make it the stat of the day?
Sure.
Let's make it the stat of the day.
What?
Time now for the stat of the day. Brought to you by Chan Smoke Shop 2 and Smart, where everything about Chan Smoke Shop is smoke.
So what that save percentage and shooting percentage results in is the score when Zach Metza is on the ice this season.
Here we go.
For the Sabres is 18-2 in favor of the Sabres. That's a 90% goals for percentage. So when he's on the ice, the Sabres score 90% of the goals. That would be the highest that's ever been tracked in the NHL. Now, tracking only goes back to 2007.
What's the sample size?
So it's 20 years.
Minimum number of games?
It's 200 minutes on the ice. It's not really that much. It's like 20 guys. Yeah, a guy that played one game and won 1-0 doesn't qualify.
It's beautiful.
But he is 15% higher this year than second place, who was Nathan McKinnon.
Evans, we learned also from Jeremy Fowler that Mike Evans wants 4 things in his next stop: a quarterback he believes in, a chance at a Super Bowl, a top-shelf offensive coordinator, and the promise of high-volume touches. That's Mike Evans. The Bills check those boxes.
Do they check?
They at least check 2 very easily in quarterback you believe in and chance at a Super Bowl, I think.
Yep.
Top-shelf OC. The guy's had some pretty good offenses. I think you could say top-shelf OC. Mm-hmm. Let's give Joe Brady that, sure. Promise of high-volume touches. I would say the promise is simply this. When Josh gets a quarterback that runs down the field and gets open, he throws him the ball. He wants to throw that guy the ball. Yep. Brandon Cooks got targets because, hey, look, there's a guy down there who's available. And Josh also wanted to throw the ball to Keon Coleman a lot. And if Evans goes out there and does the Coleman job, but does it well, he would get peppered with targets.
I guess I'd wonder, though, would a receiver of that caliber here get – Evans is not loud all the time about this, but would he get frustrated with the amount of – like, if he wants high-volume targets, what does he consider that to be? Does he consider that to be what he's been getting in Tampa? Because that has been
100 and what?
110 at minimum in these seasons, and as high as like 136. I mean, if you go way earlier in his career, he had a year with 173. I don't think that's happening anywhere. No. But 110, like, can I get 110 in a place?
Yeah, I think so.
And here, there would be 2 schools of thought on that. One, I don't have a lot of competition for that. So, yeah, I should be able to get 100 targets plus in this offense. But on the other hand, it's kind of the thing maybe that A.J. Brown deals with in Philadelphia. I don't have the opportunity to catch the ball as much as I want because you're running it all the time. And the Bills are on that list. They run the ball a ton and don't throw it as much as,
unless they're about
some
to
more
change
high-volume offenses.
Unless they're about to change that because the coach is no longer under another coach that told him he wanted to run a lot, which is, again, I don't know how much of a leap that is, how much that's true. We're going to kind of find out. If they run it the same amount, then we learn the lesson that it was not McDermott that wanted to run it that much. It's Joe Brady that wants to run that much. Hey, it's another week of contests. Be caller 5 to 716-2214-WGR to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Buffalo Home Show at the Buffalo Niagara Convention Center, 2 weekends. This one, March 6th through 8th, and the following, March 13th through 15th. Visit BuffaloHomeshow.com for tickets and info. Caller 5. Right now, to 2214-WGR wins a 4-pack of tickets. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. It's cold out there, but it's supposed to warm up. Got the bug this weekend. Got out for a family walk, got out in the sunshine, wore like a fleece with no jacket. It was in the 40s. Played catch, the outside kind of stuff. My daughter actually said, I see grass. Like, yeah.
Yes.
How about it? Meanwhile, the grass in our backyard, Joe, I don't know about you guys. We are not allowed to go on the grass in our backyard until we
it is a swamp.
until we get to work on the dog.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, the dog is at like that phase right now, and it's in the calendar where like he needs to go into the bathtub
Every time?
almost every time.
Yeah, it's tough. Corey in Buffalo. Corey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for calling.
You guys brought up the trade deadline, that's this week. I just wanted to see what your guys' thoughts on with the trade Owen Power, clear some cap space, sign Alex Tuck, and then potentially get a veteran player on defense that has some grit, and I'll hang up and listen from here.
I would not trade Owen Power in the name of being able to sign Alex Tuck. I would rather have Power on his current contract.
Yeah.
To me, he's playing a role right now, which is allowing Dahlin and Samuelson to get a little bit of an easier matchup and dominate who they're playing against. And Power is taking on a tougher matchup all year because of that. And I think he's actually doing well doing it. He's making mistakes here and there. Like he was bad in the third period a couple nights ago, but I think he's having a fine season. I would not trade him at an $8 million contract so that I can pay Tuck 10.
If you're going to ever trade Owen Power, you're doing that in the offseason.
And I'm doing it because I'm getting like Willie Nylander. I'm doing it because I'm getting someone else's superstar. And Power is a part of the deal. I don't want Power being like I'm trading Power and I'm getting a player not as good because he's tougher and I'm getting a draft pick with it. Like Power with something to get a star is the only way that I would think about trading him.
Thanks, Corey, for the phone call. Andrew in Lancaster up next. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing today?
Good.
I called Friday talking about cheering Eichel on to close the circle, and I don't know if I got kind of everything in that I wanted to talk about there. It goes back even before Eichel, right? Like, as a franchise, as a fan base, we collectively sold our hockey souls to Tank. And I remember, at the time she was just my girlfriend, now I'm married to her, but we were watching the Arizona Coyotes game, and we scored, and she cheered, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And it just made me think, what were we doing cheering for a Tank? I don't remember a Tank that's worked for any franchise in the last number of years in any sport. And I kind of think we got what we deserved in the years, and it's not Eichel's fault it didn't work. But, again, let's cheer him on tomorrow night. But ultimately, let's keep doing the right thing as fans. All right, let's cheer our team on all the time now. The team is doing the right thing. They're making the right plays. It's coming around. Owen just talked about, the hockey gods finally giving us, a little grace. But let's just keep doing the right thing, have the Sabres keep doing the right thing, fans do the right thing, and it's going to come together. And on the draft, Casey,
you want Casey Concepcion?
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
We'll talk about him with Chris Trapasso. The answer on Tanks working is literally dozens. Only here have people been convinced that it's selling your soul. It happens all over the place, works all the time, is smart team building, and always was. But here, they blew it so bad. People have been convinced it's our own fault and karma. And I promise you it's not. Chris Trapasso next. Then there's the Sabres, who
The Wagon Sabres.
the absolute
Warpath Sabres.
Wagon Sabres. They keep doing it, Joe. I remember back during the win streak, which one, right? Which win streak? Where
I know.
I'd get to a game and I'd say, with you here, I'd say, listen, like, all right, if they lose this one, it's a back-to-back, 3 out of 4. They're missing this guy and this guy. If they lose this one, it's totally fine. And they just win it.
Right.
All right, well, now that they won that one, if they lose the next one, that's probably fine. The Tampa game was definitely you are allowed to lose this game.
100%.
And it's 4-0 after one?
Right. It's the best team in the conference. You played the night before.
Yeah.
And it was
I'm
4-0
giving you
in
the
the first
pass.
intermission.
Here is your hall pass. You guys could get roasted tonight, and I'm going to still come in feeling like, hey, you got 4 out of 6. That's pretty good.
I was wondering if 3 out of 6 was fine for
Right.
the first 3 road. They're all on the road.
Incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
I think Saturday was the switch for me. Like Saturday was, all right. I think it's okay to start talking like they're in, and to start thinking about things beyond that.
Yeah.
Like, how would they match up with the Lightning in the second round? Because I've got 2 games against Tampa, and they were this roadblock for me. Like, that's as far as you're going. You're hitting your head on that ceiling. You play them in round 1, you play them in round 2. Like, you can do whatever you want, and I think anything is possible until you meet that team, which I've been treating as you're not winning that series.
Mm-hmm.
They're just too good, too experienced. But I've now got 2 games against the Lightning where the Sabres played the day before in both on the road, and the 2 results are you lost in overtime in 3-on-3 when you had the lead in the final minute, and the other one is a 6-2 win. Why shouldn't I think you could beat Tampa in a 7-game series?
Fair.
And if I can get there, I can get anywhere, right? I mean, I'm at a point now, the other part of it for me about thinking it's okay to start treating it like they're in, but I'm not a big jinx guy, is kind of the opposite of what we normally do at this time, which is, are their first overall pick odds higher than their playoff odds?
Right.
Because if that's the case right now, then I probably should start thinking about going to the bottom. Right now, their odds to win the Stanley Cup on some sites, like hockeystats.com for one, are higher than their odds to miss the playoffs. They're 6% to win the Cup and 4% to miss the playoffs.
That was pretty good.
I'm thinking about what they can do once they're there. A lot.
Darlene comes down, helps Buffalo keep possession. Thompson working it in front with a shot. Scores! Takes Thompson. It's 4-0 Buffalo in Tampa. What an unbelievable first period for the Buffalo Sabres.
Sabres find themselves on a 3-game win streak out of the Olympic break and now playing some meaningful games in March. They got all 6 points out of the road trip, and they're now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa does have 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th. And in action tomorrow night hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against the Laval Rocket with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Rival teams expect the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position in the coming weeks. Per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Doubs to the Bills. Around the NFL, we're 1 week away from the legal tampering period and the start of the new league year as well. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Chiefs have informed offensive tackle Jawan Taylor he'll be released before the start of the new league year, barring a trade. Taylor's release will save the Chiefs about $20 million under the cap. Schefter also reports that the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the new league year. Essentially Sports' Tony Pauline reports the Vikings are quietly exploring an exit strategy for J.J. McCarthy. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Max Crosby wouldn't garner a Micah Parsons-like trade package. The Buffalo Bandits win their back-to-back over the weekend. They defeat the Saskatchewan Rush 11-10 in overtime on Friday night. The Toronto Rock on Saturday night 14-9. And the Rochester Nighthawks defeat the Rush as well over the weekend, 13-12 on Saturday night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Rodgers protected, flipping to the corner of the end zone for Dobbs. He turns around. Did he bring it in? Yes! What a catch by Romeo Dobbs for the touchdown. Whoa, what a play.
Turned around 3 times.
Romeo Dobbs set to be a free agent and Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reports that both Dobbs and Rashid Shaheed are being linked to the Bills. And as executives in the league think the Bills will aggressively look at the wide receiver room, and these are two of the bigger free agent names. Mike Evans, according to Jeremy Fowler, also has his wish list of things he wants, and the Bills might check a couple of boxes there as well. It's quarterback he believes in, chance at the Super Bowl, top shelf OC, and the promise of high-volume touches. So, and maybe they check all 4 boxes, maybe most of them. We're going to get to all that with Chris Trapasso, who is going to be on the station from 1 to 3 this week with Mr. Nate Geary. Chris, good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. And with that intro, I realize that you guys are probably bringing me on for Romeo Dobbs propaganda. Is that right?
A little bit. Yeah. We'd love to have a conversation about Dobbs, among other things, Chris. You're going to be on for 2 hours today and all week as well. So figured we'd give you a chance to, talk some football with us and preview what you and Nate have got coming up later today. But if you want to start with Dobbs, let's do it because he's a free agent. He would I think there's no doubt he would help make the Bills' wide receiver room better. My question is, I'm a little bit, maybe allergic to is the wrong word here. I'm a little sensitive to the Bills continuing to live in the middle-class wide receiver contract world where Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer, they get expensive and you're not getting top-of-the-line guys. So with that said, what would Dobbs represent? What would he do for this team? And what do you think the salary comes in at? Because I think it's probably another middle-class receiver contract, which not many teams tend to live in, and the Bills tend to frequently live there.
Yeah, they do. And I think this is totally irrespective of your thought, my thought, Joe's thought, that they still need to prioritize wide receiver in the draft. And I've been the biggest proponent this entire offseason that they should add, whether it is a Mike Evans or a Romeo Dobbs or a Rashid Shaheed. I haven't really been big on the trade idea for an A.J. Brown at his age and his price, but do that and then double dip at wide receiver in the draft. To me, with the difference with Dobbs is there's a few reasons. Number one, I think he's a just better football player than Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer. I think he's going to come in at a higher price, which will kind of indicate that. And there's probably a little bit of the pre-draft bias that I had with Romeo Dobbs, that at Nevada, he was a downfield specialist that was exactly the type that a lot of fans envision today that the Bills need. And then in the NFL, he's become a really, really good route runner too. There was only 14 receivers that caught more passes for first downs than Romeo Dobbs last season. And it's not like he was targeted 150 times. He only had 94 targets. So I really think he is that player that with Palmer and with Samuel, I think there was some upside hope with their stays in Buffalo that ultimately didn't really happen because of injury. But I think because of that, I don't think fans should just say, hey, don't go mid-tier because of those guys not working out. Dobbs is still not even 26. He'll be 26 in this next season. And I just think the route running and the verticality, really good hands. He showed up in the playoffs. He would be the one that I think would be in the upper tier of that middle class that makes a lot more sense. And the route running and the downfield ability is why I've been enamored with him as a candidate for the Bills.
That said, as you're talking about him, I asked Joe this earlier today. Is he about to be the next Christian Kirk? And I don't mean what he did with the Jags, but when Kirk signed, there was this thought of, oh, wow, that's a lot of money for that guy.
Yeah.
And it's only because teams think, oh, no, there's a lot of ability here. If what you're laying out here for Dobbs, if there are 3 teams that think that, what does he get to? Does he get to 18? Does he get to 20? Those are big numbers for a guy that's been part of a Packers group that is a little bit of the everybody eats kind of mindset. Jaden Reed's been hurt. Christian Watson's been hurt. They have trouble staying healthy out there. And he's just been in that mix. And if you give him this contract, I feel like Bills fans would be ready to say, all right, there's our number one. Is he going to be fed more? Is he going to be worth it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should be surprised if someone like Dobbs or even Rashid Shaheed get between 13 and 17 or 18 million when the Spot Track market value projection, which is usually really good, was 12 or 13 because it's not a super stacked free agent class, it sounds like Alec Pierce is probably going to not hit free agency. So maybe that would make Dobbs, like, in terms of age and upside, like the number one wide receiver, either him or Shaheed. And I think if you look at his trajectory, that in 3 of his 4 seasons in the NFL, his yards per route run increased, and it was actually 1.86 last year. And if you get to 2 yards per route run, you're in not elite level, but you're in the upper echelon in terms of efficiency with how many routes you're running and how many yards you're accumulating. So I think maybe not the entire league, but certainly how I view it, and I think a good portion of the league view him as this player that, like you mentioned, was part of what the Bills wanted to build with the everybody eats mentality in Green Bay, but has a lot of really good football ahead of him and can be a 1,000-yard receiver. I mean, he had 848 yards last year. In 2023, 900 yards with 9 touchdowns. So he's kind of flirted with 1,000 yards with the Christian Watson and Jaden Reed and Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft in that offense that certainly has liked to run the football as well. So I think the arrow is pointing up for Romeo Doubs. And like you're hinting at, if he got 16, 17 million, that would technically be in the mid-tier, but I think, again, it's the upper part of that mid-tier at wide receiver. He's a better player than Samuel or Palmer.
Does he real quick, does he win on the outside? Because of all the things the Bills need, I'm looking at every scouting report, looking at every draftable player. If I see a guy that is mainly a slot possession guy, I think I don't need that. If I got a big body back shoulder profile, I think I don't need that. What I need is somebody that consistently wins on the outside, whether it's, traditional X, whatever. They need somebody that's going to win out there. Does Dobbs do that?
Absolutely. I mean, his last 3 seasons in Green Bay, he ran routes on the outside over 80% of the time. So he is not like, he's played kind of 50-50, but you can play him on the perimeter. No, he is an outside wide receiver. He was in college. He won a lot of go balls and posts from the perimeter. And again, I've watched a lot of his film. The route running skill, I'm not saying it's Stephon Diggs. I don't think he can come in and, lead the league in catches and yards like Diggs did in 2020. But I think the route running, the separation that you've been craving, and I think a lot of Bills fans, including myself, are like, hey, this guy, they need someone that on 3rd and 8 in the playoffs, he can win a one-on-one in isolation on the outside against the team's number 1 receiver or number 1 corner. Dobbs can be that player because he's done it, not at a high volume, but he's done it a lot the last 3 seasons on the boundary in Green Bay.
Does he not also fit the spot, Chris, where Coleman has been playing, Shavers has been playing, Gabe Davis has been playing? Because that group right now, like the X receiver being asked to block a lot, is right now Coleman, who isn't really trustworthy, and then 2 guys with torn ACLs.
Totally. I mean, he's 6'2", 204. It's not like he's a small receiver. He just ticks all the boxes for me because he's not like 5'11", 185, and I've a lot of the draft guys that I like Casey Concepcion is, he's too small, they need a big body. Well, Dobbs isn't overly big where you're worried about separation, but yes, he absolutely can block on the outside because at 6'2" and 204, he's going to be bigger than most corners that he's seeing on the perimeter.
How about Shaheed for this idea?
I really like it. I think he's just a different type. And I mean, we'll see in a week what the Bills ultimately prioritize, or maybe they go after one but before the other and they have to settle for option B. Shaheed, I don't think that I've seen him on film run the routes with multiple breaks where you fake to the inside, slam on the brakes, cut back to the outside. He is more linear. He's more explosive. And I think if the Bills want that, and that's what they view the biggest addition to this Josh Allen offense needs to be, then yes, I think you would put Shaheed ahead of Dobbs. To me, it's just the intermediate stuff and then occasionally going over the top. So I think Shaheed has more room for improvement as a route runner, and Dobbs can probably, you would hope, would be a better consistent downfield threat. But Shaheed is absolutely one of the most explosive, relatively young outside wide receivers in the NFL.
Would you consider it, because both of these I think are fair ideas for the Bills receiving room, that we're going to want to see them draft 1, 2 somewhere along the way, even if they add one of these 2.
Should draft 2.
Right. Which type of receiver is more available to them in the draft? And would that lead you to prioritize, say, Dobbs over Shaheed because you might think there are more Shaheed-type players that are going to be available to you in the draft?
That's a fantastic question, and I think there are definitely more Shaheed types in the draft because not that just running a fast 40 makes you a good vertical threat, but being an intricate route runner that can consistently create separation in the NFL, that like takes time. I always go back to like Devontae Adams, who ironically I think is kind of like a better version of Dobbs, that it took him time from Fresno State to the Green Bay Packers to become like this elite route runner. That was not really his game in this spread out system in college. Same with Romeo Dobbs. Like he was just a downfield guy. It takes time to become that awesome separator that can win with route running intricacy. But with Brennan Thompson and Concepcion, even Denzel Boston, who wins down the field vertically because of his size, there's always a bunch of 4-3, like low to mid 4-3 guys that can at least threaten the defense deep early in their careers as they're kind of honing their craft as a route runner. So I think Romeo Dobbs, you get that technician, third or fourth round, you double dip at wide receiver and get that Marquise Goodwin type player at the very least that can threaten and catch, 2 or 3 passes every couple games for 50, 60, 70 yards and just have all of the different flavors at wide receiver on the roster.
If you're talking about that third round, fourth round guy, I don't know how many names you might have on that list. I mean, is Chris Brazzell, Tennessee, someone you like? Brennan Thompson ran the fastest 40, Ted Hurst, Chris Bell off the ACL. Like, what names do you like for the third and fourth idea there?
Well, yeah, certainly Brendan Thompson, which I know we all saw like over the weekend, like the list of fastest 40-yard dashes, and that like a lot of like in history at wide receiver and a lot of those wideouts have not really become great players. I still think that just because of that, you don't necessarily just not pick someone that's fast, and you're not necessarily hoping and expecting a third or fourth rounder is going to become your number one. But Brennan Thompson is the top of my list. He's an awesome route runner beyond being a high 4.2 guy. Chris Brazzell from Tennessee is really interesting in that the last 2 vertical Tennessee wide receivers, Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman, have not really amounted much in the NFL. I think Brazzell, kind of like Brendan Thompson, is the best of the bunch in that he can run routes too. He's tall, is super fast. Like it just jumps off the film. And I don't think because he is not super strong yet and he's not someone that is going to win with a ton of physicality, he probably will be there in the third or fourth round. Those two make a lot of sense. And Skylar Bell from UConn, who's a little smaller and might be a little bit more of a slot receiver, but also tested through the roof, big-time vertical, broad jump, all of that. So there's 3 names right there that you are not just hoping fall to you. I think they'll all be available third or fourth round in that range, and they can get that guy that doesn't need to do a lot else early in his career besides threaten vertically and catch a few passes deep from Josh Allen.
Chris Trapasso joining us. He'll be on with Nate Geary today, 1 to 3, and through the week as well, talking draft stuff and free agency. Chris, at the Combine, we saw the list of players the Bills met with. Let's stick with receiver before we get into the defensive side of the ball because there's a lot to get to over there. But Jordan Tyson, Omar Cooper, I know you're a big fan of Casey Concepcion, who we learned his father was a Bills fan. So, like, if you are to go to the Dobbs idea, would you still is third round where you start to go there because of what you think you could get, or would you still be open to like the Concepcion idea? What is the best idea for the Bills to come out of this offseason with for you?
I mean, for me, it doesn't change anything that what they do in free agency, because for as much as I love Dobbs the most as a free agent wide receiver idea, again, I understand that this is not like the Stephon Diggs trade 2.0 where they're like, oh man, there's your 160 target a season player. Go get a safety, go get an edge rusher in the first round. I'm about as close to Jeremy as I could be when it comes to being on the wide receiver train. So if Casey Concepcion is sitting there and all those safeties are off the board that tested through the roof, a lot of the edge rushers are gone, like I still would say, all right, run the card up. And then suddenly, like we've seen teams do, ironically, like the Packers in 22 and 23, you can transform your wide receiver room in like one offseason, in the span of like 1 or 2 months, that you can go in with Dobbs that you feel good about with an ascending profile, a first-round wide receiver, and we know the history at first-round wide receivers is very good, and then one of the best, if not the best, yards after the catch slot receivers in the NFL. And then you feel good. And you bring back Josh Palmer. You kind of decide what you do with Keon Coleman. So Concepcion or Omar Cooper at 26, I would really like. They're different types, but I think that's about the range that they should ultimately be picked in. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying if they sign Dobbs that I'm going to push wide receiver way down the list to the third or the fourth round. I think that's when they should kind of circle back to also address that position again.
Chris Trapasso with us. Chris, were the the players that everyone was gushing over at the Combine mostly at positions that the Bills really aren't in the market for? I mean, like Sonny Styles, maybe linebacker would be, but he'll be so long gone. Sadiq, the tight end, right? Like, was there anybody that caught your eye that would be in the Bills' range that people were going nuts about at the Combine?
Well, Dylan Thieneman, I mentioned safety. The Oregon safety tested outstandingly, and his film, I mean, to me and a few of the other people that I talked to in Indianapolis were like, man, this guy's film at Purdue, he had 6 interceptions as a freshman, and then he had 4 last year. Super rangy. I think he is exactly the type that they need, a not interchangeable Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, but let Cole Bishop play closer to the line of scrimmage and let just a deep middle of the field safety range and be a 4 to 7 interception a season guy, erasing the back end of the defense. So he tested really well. A lot of the edge rushers maybe didn't have full workouts, but Derek Moore from Michigan, who I think is your perfect 3-4 outside linebacker, stand-up player that will probably be there in the second round or get in the Bills' range in round 2. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of the other big-time workouts that were like, Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt, tight end, Sadiq, like you mentioned, a lot of the corners, I don't know if they're going to address that spot right away. But we certainly still got some good workouts from those key positions, safety, edge rusher, beyond receiver, that the Bills certainly need.
Did Emmanuel McNeil Warren do anything good or bad at the Combine? Because I've been interested in him just because of the size, 6'3", but where did he test, I guess, in relation to, like, I think he'll get, just because of the height maybe, the Nick Emenwari, Kyle Hamilton comparisons, but I just don't know if he should be, I guess, compared to them as much as he is.
Yeah, I mean, coming from Toledo, I think it's somewhat hard to draw that comparison because Nick Emenwari played at South Carolina. But for McNeil Warren, it's interesting that I mentioned Thieneman, who is one of his contemporaries in this class at safety, tested better, but McNeil Warren ran 4.52, had a 35.5-inch vertical, and a 10.2 broad jump. Those are not like Nick Emenwari type workout figures, but at 6'3" and over 200 pounds, still a fine workout. And I think in general, I'm excited about Thieneman if the Bills cannot go wide receiver in round 1, but it almost feels like Thieneman probably tested himself ahead of the Bills in the first round. McNeil Warren could be there. And like he would be one where if the Bills don't agree with me and they sign Romeo Dobbs or Rashid Shaheed or make a trade or sign Mike Evans, and they're like, all right, let's maybe go back to wide receiver in round 2 or round 3 to fill out the room. We need to go defense for Jim Leonhard. McNeil Warren and his versatility and the fact that when you watch the Toledo film, you literally see him making plays, not just playing in specific roles, but making plays underneath and the deep middle, covering a tight end, making a play in the flat against running backs, thumping downhill. He really is a truly versatile player that at that size, and because he is reasonably young and is coming from Toledo, there's a lot of upside to his game. So he didn't test so good that the Bills would be like, oh, man, he's not going to be there. We could see something like Brandon Beane saying again, like, oh, I'm glad that he ran 4.52 and not in the 4.3s or 4.4s, because it's a much better chance that McNeil Warren is there when the Bills pick in the first round.
Chris Trapasso on the Western Hotline. Chris, any other Combine takeaways, like stories of the Combine this year? It feels like one of the stories was how participation from players was way down. And I don't know if you see, like, a future for it or what might change. Just your general takeaways, whether it's about speed or interviews, because some teams are going less, staying less. Like the whole thing seems like it's, maybe in a state of flux at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think numbers were down, but I don't think it's at a point where it's like a tipping point where, man, like next year, if it goes down anymore, like no one's going to watch or it's not going to matter. Honestly, what I would say, though, for as much as it's such a great networking event, not even just for the media, but like so many of the free agent rumors happen there because the GMs are like literally like having drinks together at the bar and it's the entire NFL there. But I will say that I totally understand why certain teams don't go because you really don't like need to be there. Technically, it's all about the numbers that you can ultimately get. And a lot of the players that these teams ultimately like, they can have them in for visits and they can have done other, due diligence when it's going to the players' campuses and talking to their coaches to kind of get some intel on like the actual personality. So I think the Jaguars and the Rams, because James Gladstone, the GM, came from the Rams organization, were not there. And lastly, there just wasn't a ton of buzz because the quarterback draft class and the quarterback free agent class are just not very good. The last couple of years, it's been a lot more heated debates at the hotel lobby, bars, the last 2 or 3 years because there's been much better quarterback classes in the draft and in free agency.
Yeah, makes sense. Like the quarterback conversation, not only is there
everything
right, not only is there not necessarily a big number in the first round, but the guy that is first is almost kind of boring. And there's not even a real controversy about him. Like, oh, he should go one. He's not great, but he's definitely worthy. And the biggest debate is if Ty Simpson goes in the first round, which I tend to think he won't, but we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, Chris. We'll be listening at 1 o'clock today, you and Nate, all week.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
All right. Very good. Thanks, Chris.
Guys.
Chris Trapasso on the Western Hotline on some ideas for the Bills at receiver, safety, all that good stuff. A week from today, we'll be in legal tampering.
Mm-hmm.
What time does legal tampering begin? Is it like 4?
Because
I don't want to do that.
Maybe. Or
I don't want to do that thing where I come in and say today's the day, and then it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh. It starts. Trying to find the exact time. Noon. Okay, noon. Well, we'll have we'll do the show. There'll be rumors.
Dylan Thieneman from Oregon.
He's not going to make
He's
it.
the 42nd most athletic safety out of 1,200 that have ever been tested.
Bills already have a really athletic safety. Not that they wouldn't want a second one, but
right. I mean, I guess
Cole Bishop was a
they
10,
had
was a
a really
10.
they had a super athletic safety, and then look what it looked like when he had a super unathletic safety at the beginning of the year next to him. Didn't look as good.
That's right. 803-0550, our phone number. More Bills news coming. More restructures coming. The Dawson
Who does
Knox
something
news.
first, the Bills or Sabres?
Ooh.
Anything. Could be anything.
Give me the Bills.
They'll do something first?
We're going to get a restructure before Friday.
All right.
Something. The Dawson Knox decision comes before Friday.
Yeah?
Yeah. Let me give you one potential tough thing on Dawson Knox when we get back. One thing about his year this last season that makes it tough for them to ask for that pay cut, bet on yourself deal. It's coming up next. The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, like goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think I saw a number over the weekend. In the last maybe 10 starts, he's number 1 in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Malenstein?
Maybe not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I want to apply this as the Malenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Malenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Like, did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
But if you want to start with Dobbs, let's do it because he's a free agent. He would, I think there's no doubt he would help make the Bills' wide receiver room better. My question is, I'm a little bit maybe allergic to is the wrong word here. I'm a little sensitive to the Bills continuing to live in the middle-class wide receiver contract world where Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer, they get expensive and you're not getting top-of-the-line guys. So with that said, like what would Dobbs represent? What would he do for this team? And what do you think the salary comes in at? Because I think it's probably another like middle-class receiver contract, which not many teams tend to live in, and the Bills tend to frequently live there.
Yeah, they do. And I think this is totally irrespective of your thought, my thought, Joe's thought, that they still need to like prioritize wide receiver in the draft. And I've been the biggest proponent like this entire offseason that they should add, whether it is a Mike Evans or a Romeo Dobbs or a Rashid Shaheed. I haven't really been big on the trade idea for like an A.J. Brown at his age and his price, but do that and then double dip at wide receiver in the draft. To me, with the difference with Dobbs is there's like a few reasons. Number one, I think he's a just better football player than Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer. I think he's going to come in at a higher price, which will kind of indicate that. And there's probably a little bit of the pre-draft bias that I had with Romeo Dobbs, that at Nevada, he was a downfield specialist that was exactly the type that a lot of fans envision today that the Bills need. And then in the NFL, he's become a really, really good route runner too. There was only 14 receivers that caught more passes for first downs than Romeo Dobbs last season. And it's not like he was targeted 150 times. He only had 94 targets. So I really think he is that player that with Palmer and with Samuel, I think there was some upside hope with their stays in Buffalo that ultimately didn't really happen because of injury. But I think because of that, I don't think fans should just say, oh, hey, don't go mid-tier because of those guys not working out. Dobbs is still not even 26. He'll be 26 in this next season. And I just think the route running and the verticality, really good hands. He showed up in the playoffs. He would be the one that I think would be in the upper tier of that middle class that makes a lot more sense. And the route running and the downfield ability is why I've been enamored with him as a candidate for the Bills.
The Sabres find themselves on a 3-game win streak out of the Olympic break and now playing meaningful games in March. They got all 6 points out of the road trip, and they're now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa does have 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th, and next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans, they fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against the Laval Rocket with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Rival teams expect the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position in the coming weeks, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Dobbs to the Bills. Around the NFL, we're 1 week away from the legal tampering period and the start of the new league year. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Chiefs have informed offensive tackle Jawan Taylor that he will be released before the start of the league year, barring a trade. Taylor's release will save the Chiefs $20 million under the cap. Schefter also reports the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the new league year. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Max Crosby probably would not garner a Micah Parsons-like trading package. The Buffalo Bandits win their back-to-back. They defeated the Saskatchewan Rush 11-10 in overtime on Friday night, and the Toronto Rock on Saturday night 14-9. And the Rochester Nighthawks defeated the Rush as well over the weekend 13-12 on Saturday night. Buckling up takes less time than listening to this. No excuses. A message from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Better start there, right?
He didn't weave. Same
Runs
number.
4, 5,
He's pretty slow. Probably wouldn't take him early.
Nice.
Brandon Bean commenting on Carnell Tate's 40 time. Not the fastest. 4 5s. He gets open downfield all day, but his 40 time was not that good. And Brandon Bean joking, wouldn't take him. I agree. Not a top 25 pick. Not in my book. 26th on the board. All right, so Dawson Knox. We're probably waiting for Dawson Knox news this week. Here's one thing about Knox that will be interesting to watch. As I understand it, the cap on like a 101 level, not like a 202 or 303. I cap 101. If the Bills want to ask Dawson Knox to take less and restructure / bet on yourself, they could put incentives in the deal, right? He caught a touchdown this year that got him an extra, like $300,000 at the end of the year?
Yeah.
I remember because...
Last game, Trubisky, and was it the first drive even?
I think so, because I desperately wanted to bet at a Dawson Knox anytime touchdown in that game, and I couldn't find it.
Right.
Because it was so obvious they were going to do it to get him that bonus, which he didn't get because he dropped a touchdown pass in the Browns game. The sun got in his eyes.
Yes.
Anyway, here's the thing about Knox that makes it maybe tough. If you want to have the number low and have incentives, those incentives have to be not likely to be earned incentives, which I'm pretty sure it's just the year before. If you didn't have that number the year before. So if you come off an injured season like Vaughn did, right? When the Bills got Vaughn to take a pay cut, you could put in like 2 sacks because he didn't have 2 sacks the year before. For Knox, which of these numbers will he eclipse if he returns? 36 catches?
No.
417 yards?
No.
4 touchdowns?
Maybe.
It's tough.
Maybe touchdowns.
It's tough. So I don't know. I bet they're leaning on him. I bet they're leaning on him pretty hard to try and get him to take a lot less. Maybe even, could these conversations happen? You would wonder. Listen, here's what we're going to do. We know where your contract is next year. Let's make sure we get him that $300,000 or $500,000, whatever it was, in that last game against the Jets. We're going to get you that number. And then I want you to keep that in mind, that we got that for you in the last game of the season when a lot of starters sat, because when we start to talk about next year, if you want to be here, we have work to do. You cannot stay on that cap hit. And
no, I mean, is it more likely that they would just go to him and say, would you even qualify this as a pay cut? This is the final year of his contract, and then it's void years. Would you say to him, we're going to add 2 years to your deal, and we're only going to add $3 million. So instead of $17 million this year, we're going to spread out 20 over 3.
No, you're not doing that. I need to pay you less.
But that would lower your cap.
I don't want to pay for you in future years.
Yeah, but it would be basically $3 million for 2 years, which is the minimum. Basically, we're going to add the minimum on 2 more years, and that way we could just spread out the money that we're already giving you. I mean, I feel like that is something that they often do with players that are maybe in more important roles.
Put it this way: his salary this year is $10 million.
Yeah.
His cap hit is 17.
Right, because you're paying for money you paid him in the past.
Right. You're paying for money you paid him in the past. I mean, $10 million's a healthy salary. If I'm paying, what I'm saying is, I'm paying you no more dollars.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to make maybe $9 million is in the neighborhood. So I don't know.
Well, basically,
you launched me into cap 202.
I guess I'm wondering, is that still a pay cut to say we're going to add a year of your, or maybe we'll do it that way. It's easier. You add 1 year to your deal and $0 more dollars.
So you get a pay cut.
So you can still get all the money you're due. We're not asking you to take a pay cut in a sense, We're
Right.
just adding a year and we're going to split it in two.
If you do that, you're asking him to take a pay cut from what he would get on the open market.
And that's what I
on
mean.
the
That's
open
why
market,
Knox could still very well look at that as well. It still is a pay cut.
Right. He could hit the open market as a 30-year-old tight end and expect to get, $25 million.
But man, if you're Knox, I mean, I guess what do you think you're getting on the open market that would be so different than what you would make on a deal like that? Where instead of $10 million this year, it's to stay on the deal and not lose anything. It's $5 million over 2 years. You think you're going out on the open market and getting what? Are you getting $12 million a year, $10 million a year? Are you in the
Spot Trek puts his value at 2 years, 9.5. But I bet on the open market, you're probably getting 8, easy. And if it's 3 years, 24 million. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what to think of his value. I mean, he's not
at retirement age. He's 30.
No,
he's got years.
No, he's not.
How many years do you think he'll play? 4 more? Probably.
Like should he be making like Mike Gesicki money, Hunter Henry money? I guess it's kind of already near where he is.
What is that money? I don't know what that money is.
That's $8 million a year.
That's a pay cut. So yeah,
but isn't that about the tight end range he's in?
Yeah, $8 million.
That's about that's about those are the guys that are, I would say, are his contemporaries. Like I would even say Hunter Henry might be a better overall player. Should he be? He shouldn't be making like T.J. Hawkinson, Trey McBride money.
He was their second highest cap hit last year.
Yeah, I guess if I'm them, I know they would care about the personality and care about the locker room and care about Allen's relationship,
which he would also care about,
and he would too. But if it's me just looking at it coldly, like what he provides for me on the field, I'm not worried if I lose him. I'm just not worried if I lose him. I can find a tight end for $3 million that can come in and catch 300 yards for me and be pretty good at blocking and pretty good at receiving and not be really great at either. I can find that. You take all the other stuff out of it, I can replace him for cheap. And would be perfectly okay with that.
Yeah. You can save a lot. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. The Combine's over. On to the legal tampering period. Meanwhile, the NHL trade deadline is this week. You just tweeted out an idea about, is it Robert Thomas or Jordan Kyrou that's the better idea for the Sabres? How good are these players, and how high in the air should I jump if the Sabres were to swing a trade for one of the two of them?
I think you should jump pretty high. I mean, they are the best two players that I think are expected or are possible to be moved on Friday. Like, they are top-line players.
So they'll both be playing for Vegas? Is what I should expect.
One of them playing for Vegas is definitely not out of the question.
I guess see Utah is linked a lot.
It depends what your preference is of a center or a winger. That kind of comes down to it. Would you rather have a center or would you rather have a winger? Because Kyrou is going to be playing mostly on the wing, and Thomas is going to be playing at center. If you like faceoffs, Thomas is great at that, 52%. And both guys have been Blues top-line players for years. Are they superstars? No. They are fringe all-star level players, I would say.
I think my answer
when
is,
they're at their best.
What's the right answer? You'd almost always say you'd prefer centers, right? They're more valuable.
I would say I prefer the center because specifically one of the Sabres centers can't play more than 10 games in a row without getting hurt.
Fair. See, what I was thinking was I'd prefer wing because I want to make sure that I don't get tempted to put Tage back on the wing.
Now, that's a good point because I would wonder about that. If they traded for Robert Thomas tomorrow and everybody's healthy, I do think Tage would be put on the wing then.
I just don't want that.
Yeah.
He can still be good there, but I just don't think you get the most out of him.
Yeah.
And if instead I keep him at center and I put a even better winger with him, or keep that line together and I get a better winger, like what helps my power play more too? Which one? Who's the one that's going to maybe give me more on the power play?
Good question.
And isn't it easy just to, like, if I'm trading away Jack Quinn, which is what everyone likes to do right here, is like I can trade away a prospect that's a winger. I can make a space for a winger much easier than a center. If it's a center and everybody stays healthy, like you said, it's either Tage goes to the wing.
Mm-hmm. They're pretty close on power play. I think both would be expected to help you.
Okay.
I guess it really comes down to how much trust you have in Norris. Because, right, if he's available, then the better fit, I think, for the lineup would be Kyrou. and you throw him on top line wing in Krebs' spot or somewhere else, and instead of a nice story, Krebs, you're doing really well, you're point per game over 10, 12 games here, but you are still always kind of waiting on, well, this really isn't his role, and like at some point it's gonna hit the wall here, right?
Yeah.
Kyrou is, I'm just plugging a 30-goal scorer. That's a 30-goal scorer basically every year with Thompson and Tuck. Thomas might be really needed if something happened again to Josh Norris. And how much faith do you have that won't happen? I don't have a ton of faith. I need to see him play 20 games in a row before I'm willing to say, think of it for the playoffs too. How confident are you that if he was healthy day one of the playoffs that he would make it through 2 rounds?
It'd be
tough.
It'd be tough.
It'd be tough to see it.
It's not just like a year or two of this. It's a career of it.
And it's not like they're bare in there. I mean, Ostlund has given them an option to go down the middle if they need it. But are you trusting a rookie in playoff situations to play that role? Or would you like to have another guy who's been an 80-point player in his career multiple times that can play down the middle? It's tough. I think you could answer either one, really. But to me, I don't know if the Blues would trade either one. I would take whichever one they're more willing to deal. Like, that is top-line player on my lineup. That is, I am going for it. That also would be Jarmo Kekalainen I'm putting a stamp on this roster, my stamp. I want to go for it. I want my blueprint on this a little bit. And here I can get a 27, 28-year-old in your prime, top-line level player to add to a team that already looks this good. I would be very tempted if I were him to do that. You've got a contract on both. It's not that bad,
I was just
too.
going to say, like, how much term is left? For Kyrou, there's 4 or 5 years left.
And the number is what, like
8.1.
Which, listen, we've talked about Tuck being a $10 million player. These guys you already have on $8.1 million deals. Same thing. They both have 5 years left.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're 26 years old. 27 years old. Like the age is perfect, the money's perfect. I mean, you have to make room, but like no one's afraid to pay either one of these guys $8 million a year.
Right. 803-0550 if you want to chime in. Quickly, Ryan in Eastern Ontario. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing this morning, guys?
Good.
I listened to all this Robert Thomas in St. Louis. Are we still convinced that St. Louis is looking for a goaltender? Is maybe a Devin Levi package? Has anyone considered that? Would we be willing to move Devin Levi and Quinn and maybe something else to get Robert Thomas in?
It's interesting. They might be willing to trade Binnington because they're rebuilding, so would they want a young goalie? Friedman is always out here talking about, I wonder what happens to Devin Levi. And you know what that tells me?
The
agent maybe.
The agent is active.
Okay. I was going to say maybe the league sees more value in him than the Sabres would.
Maybe the agent wants to get him out from behind what appears to be maybe a UPL roadblock, and also is there a growing Alex Lyon roadblock?
I mean, why shouldn't a team still treat him as a top-level prospect? Most goalies haven't even really appeared in the NHL much, and every year in the AHL he's been great. Man, this year you want to say good maybe than great. He's been great up until this point. He's been good this year in the AHL. Yeah, I don't think he would be all of it. You would need a lot of other things, but I could definitely see him having value to another team. And does he have value to the Sabres? Are you afraid to part with him? I don't know who my goalie is 3 years from now, but why isn't Colton Ellis as likely to be that as Devin Levi?
Well, I was going to say, like...
They're the same age and the same development track.
I don't know if there's a scenario... There is. I'm going to need time. But... to believe in a Sabres goalie is a long-term answer. I know Luukkonen is signed for a long time. There's reason to start to trust him again. Same with Lyon. But it probably takes years to really trust your goalie on a level where you not want to part with somebody.
In 2 years opening night, I would have no idea who's starting in net for them. It could be any of the 4 guys we've talked about or somebody that's not on the team.
Yeah. 9:30, Peter Bukowski of Locked On Packers to talk about the Romeo Dobbs idea. Jeremy Fowler is linked the Bills to, says league executives think the Bills might pursue Dobbs or Shaheed, that they'll aggressively go for a receiver. Those are 2 of the free agents, Mike Evans as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. If you want to start with Dobbs, let's do it because he's a free agent. He would, I think there's no doubt he would help make the Bills' wide receiver room better. My question is, I'm a little bit maybe allergic to is the wrong word here. I'm a little sensitive to the Bills continuing to live in the middle-class wide receiver contract world where Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer, they get expensive and you're not getting top-of-the-line guys. So with that said, like what would Dobbs represent? What would he do for this team? And what do you think the salary comes in at? Because I think it's probably another like middle-class receiver contract, which not many teams tend to live in, and the Bills tend to frequently live there.
Yeah, they do. And I think this is totally irrespective of your thought, my thought, Joe's thought, that they still need to like prioritize wide receiver in the draft. And I've been the biggest proponent like this entire offseason that they should add, whether it is a Mike Evans or a Romeo Dobbs or a Rashid Shaheed. I haven't really been big on the trade idea for like an A.J. Brown at his age and his price, but do that and then double dip at wide receiver in the draft. To me, with the difference with Dobbs is there's like a few reasons. Number one, I think he's a just better football player than Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer. I think he's going to come in at a higher price, which will kind of indicate that. And there's probably a little bit of the pre-draft bias that I had with Romeo Dobbs, that at Nevada, he was a downfield specialist that was exactly the type that a lot of fans envision today that the Bills need. And then in the NFL, he's become a really, really good route runner too. There was only 14 receivers that caught more passes for first downs than Romeo Dobbs last season. And it's not like he was targeted 150 times. He only had 94 targets. So I really think he is that player that with Palmer and with Samuel, I think there was some upside hope with their stays in Buffalo that ultimately didn't really happen because of injury. But I think because of that, I don't think fans should just say, oh, hey, don't go mid-tier because of those guys not working out. Dobbs is still not even 26. He'll be 26 in this next season. And I just think the route running and the verticality, really good hands. He showed up in the playoffs. He would be the one that I think would be in the upper tier of that middle class that makes a lot more sense. And the route running and the downfield ability is why I've been enamored with him as a candidate for the Bills.
The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, like goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think in the last, I saw a number over the weekend, in the last maybe 10 starts, he's number one in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Mallenstein?
Maybe not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I want to apply this like as the Mallenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Mallenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Mallenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Like, did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
Plantasia. Be caller 5 to win a 4-pack of tickets to discover a world of bloom at Plantasia Garden and Landscape Show at the Hamburg Fairgrounds from Thursday, March 12th through Sunday, March 15th. Kids 12 and under are free. Plantasia, produced by Plant Western New York. Get tickets at Plantasia, sponsor of spring. Be caller 5 to win a 4-pack of tickets to 221-4WGR. Noticed tulips coming up. The bulbs.
Are they? Was that before or after it was 11 degrees outside?
They're hardy. They come up.
Yeah?
Yeah. First
Even
melt,
when it's this cold?
they'll be fine. They'll come up.
All right.
Yeah, the bulbs. First sign of spring. That's the real first sign of spring. That's it.
The tulips coming up?
Yeah. The snow's still on the ground. By the way, the snow should...
Not the groundhog and his terrible predictions?
No, the tulips.
Should be thrown in
When you
jail.
see the tulips cracking the surface, that's when you know you're on your way. In good shape. I also think, like, the forecast, that we're going to get a lot of rain this week, which is bad. I know, mud.
Yes.
But would you like to place, will there be another snowbank this season? Maybe they're dustings, but
a snowbank?
Will snowbanks, are we done after this week because the rain will take care of the snowbanks?
And then it won't. No, it won't. There wouldn't be oh, man, I would hope. There wouldn't be another storm big enough.
Here are the highs for the
bring
next
another
10
one.
days. 40, 48, 49, 46, 61, 53, 54, 67, 62. Like,
it's all going to be gone by Friday.
Now we're into mid-March.
It's all going to be gone.
I think snowbank season is ending.
Sunday.
This doesn't count like the ones that are out in the middle of a parking lot that's a mountain that will be there until June. But, you know.
Sunday, we're going to Sabres and Lightning,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I might wear shorts. 50 and sunny.
I'm into it. On principle.
I might wear jersey and short. I've not done that going to the arena.
The Sabres should jump on that
When
and
they're good.
say it's shorts night.
Shorts night.
You should wear shorts. We could just do that. Everybody wear shorts on Sunday. I might do it too. Let's do it. 803-0550. If you're on hold, we'll get to your phone calls. Trade deadline coming up this week, Friday. NFL free agency period begins Monday next week. Good time. March. We made it. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
More than I was.
The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, like, goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think I saw a number over the weekend. In the last maybe 10 starts, he's number 1 in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Malenstein?
Maybe not. Not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I want to apply this like as the Malenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Malenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Like, did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good.
Good. I just want to talk about 2 things. First thing, I think we need to give Zach Metsa his praise. I mean, talk about a guy who really did his time in the AHL, comes up maybe 15 games, he just was quiet, Didn't really see him that much, didn't stand out that much, and now he's, toe drag sniping top corners. The goals for and goals against when he's on the ice is like literally the best in the entire league. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I can't even think that we would think of sending him down.
No,
he's on one of the best heaters of all time in PDO.
Yes.
Which is the team's shooting percentage. When he's on the ice, the team's shooting percentage and the team's save percentage, opposing goalies stop a point. It's an 8-10 save percentage. In any shot that's when Zach Metza's on the ice, the Sabres shoot at the goalies. The other goalies make an 8-10 save percentage. The Sabres save percentage when Metza is on the ice is .984.
Yeah.
But
do you know what that results in? You want to make it the stat of the day?
Sure.
Let's make it the stat of the day.
What?
Time now for the stat of the day, brought to you by Chan Smoke Shop 2 and Gasmart, where everything about Chan Smoke Shop is smoke.
So what that save percentage and shooting percentage results in is the score when Zach Metza is on the ice this season.
Here we go.
For the Sabres is 18-2 in favor of the Sabres. That's a 90% goals for percentage. So when he's on the ice, the Sabres score 90% of the goals. That would be the highest that's ever been tracked in the NHL. Now, tracking only goes back to 2007.
What's the sample size?
So it's 20 years.
Minimum number of games?
It's 200 minutes on the ice. It's not really that much. It's like 20 guys. Yeah, a guy that played one game and won 1-0 doesn't qualify.
It's beautiful.
But he is 15% higher this year than second place, who was Nathan McKinnon.
Darlene comes down, helps Buffalo keep possession. Thompson working it in front with a shot. Scores! Takes Thompson! It's 4-0 Buffalo in Tampa. What an unbelievable first period for the Buffalo Sabres.
Sabres find themselves on a 3-game win streak after the Olympic break, now playing meaningful games in March. They got all 6 points out of the road trip and are now 4 points out from Tampa Bay in the standings, although Tampa has 2 games in hand as of now. They're 24-5-2 since December 9th, and they're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Rochester Americans fell short yesterday to the Syracuse Crunch by a score of 3-1. They're next in action Friday against the Laval Rocket with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Rival teams expect the Bills to strongly address the wide receiver position in the coming weeks, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Multiple league executives are linking Rashid Shaheed or Romeo Doubs to the Bills. Around the NFL, we're 1 week away from the legal tampering period and the start of the new league year as well. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Chiefs have informed offensive tackle Juwan Taylor that he will be released before the start of the league year, barring a trade. Taylor's release will save the Chiefs $20 million under the cap. Schefter also reports the Vikings will release Aaron Jones if they can't trade him before the start of the new league year. Essentially Sports' Tony Pauline reports the Vikings are quietly exploring an exit strategy for J.J. McCarthy as well. The Buffalo Bandits win their back-to-back. They defeated the Saskatchewan Rush 11-10 in overtime on Friday night, and the Toronto Rock Saturday night 14-9. The Rochester Nighthawks defeated the Rush as well over the weekend, 13-12 on Saturday night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
A.J. Brown's Twitter handle is always open. Howie Roseman always listening. He's always listening. But I would also add this. He is not on the block by any means. They are not proactively trading A.J. Brown. They are not shopping A.J. Brown, but he will always have his phone line open. The issue is, for the Eagles, if they trade him before June 1st, it costs them $40 million in dead cap money. If they trade him after June 1st, it gets a lot less financially prohibitive. So that kind of makes this little window here, and he got traded draft day a couple years back from the Titans to the Eagles. It makes it a bit more of a hurdle.
Peter Schrager on A.J. Brown. They are not actively shopping him. Here are the details of exactly how it would make sense for them to have a trade after a certain day. But they do not want to shop him. They have, of course, gone to painstaking detail to tell teams that maybe if they want to make an offer after June 1st. But they're not shopping him. Anyway.
Shopping.
Right?
So afraid of the word shopping.
Yes, I'm not shopping this player. Oh, okay. You're selling it? Right? I have a store. You walk in. You offer me something for this bottle of water I have here. Oh. I'm not shopping this bottle of water around. You'd like to buy it? Oh, here it is. Like, okay. Shopping. These teams, what they get away with as reports, as like telling people, and then that's a report.
Right.
Jarmo Kekalainen would like to add at the deadline. But if he doesn't, keep in mind the chemistry of the room. Like, oh, okay, sure. Right.
And that's a report.
Yes. The move is to keep the chemistry. The Sabres famously did that in 05-06. No real move. Keep the chemistry.
But same thing, did they try to and just didn't, and then that's what they sold it as?
That's what you do. You have to. It is draft season. It is offseason in the NFL, which means that everything your team does is intentional and on purpose. Everything that happens is exactly how it's supposed to happen. All right, I'll get off my snarky soapbox for a moment. Peter Schrager there on A.J. Brown. 803-0550. We open up the show talking about the Sabres, who are Czechs, yes, a wagon. They won again. They beat Tampa. They beat Florida. They beat Jersey. And then I want to say like a limping Vegas team comes in tomorrow. Mark Stone got hurt in Pittsburgh. They got hammered by the Penguins.
Without Crosby. They've beaten 4 playoff teams. They have 4 wins against teams in playoff spots right now all season. So they're in a weak division. That's why they're in first place. Like, it is not a super dangerous Vegas team to me. Like, I could look. I would sure the Sabres would be favored and maybe heavily for tomorrow's game. And they just won 3 road games. Why shouldn't I expect them to be favored in that game too?
Right.
Like, they should be starting to be treated like, it's one of the best teams in hockey. What would tell you right now that they're not that? They are second in the league in regulation wins. They are 6th in the league in points. They are the best team in the league since December. So, like, you got to start, I think, when they play Vegas, it's you're playing a Stanley Cup contender level team right now in the Sabres. They're playing like it.
Vegas and then Pittsburgh. And then the deadline. Deadline's Friday.
Who starts night 1 in the playoffs is going to have to be a conversation at some point, by the way.
Alex Lyon. In his last,
I'm with you. I would bet against that right now, though.
In his last 10 games, he has 23 goals saved above expected.
I know. Did you hear Tuukka Rask on that yesterday, by the way?
He said that he likes goals above expected more than save percentage.
He said that on a national broadcast.
Yes.
I respected that.
This guy never played the game. Oh, wait.
Right.
No, he
Wait,
does.
he did.
He did. He plays a lot. He played a lot. He was very good. Goals save above expected. If I was a goalie, I'd be like, whatever number makes me look better.
Right, yes.
That's Owen's nodding. Do you play for a team that gives up low-quality chances and you just make stops from 60 feet away? Save percentage is what matters.
Yes.
Do you make stops that are breakaways all the time? Goals above expected is what matters.
I used to go back and forth between, like, if my save percentage was above 910, I was like, save percentage is my number.
Yeah.
Like, goals against would get the save percentage would rise a little bit. But goals against is pretty good, too, guys.
Perfect. It's just like it's like me when I play golf. Like, what'd you shoot today? It's like, this score is not important. It's how many pars and birdies I had.
You should have seen how I was hitting the 6-iron.
Yeah. Or if I didn't, no great shot. Oh, I shot a really great number today. Just a really boring round.
The other thing, by the way, that so this game coming up on Sunday, they have a couple before it against Tampa, and they just beat Tampa. Those right now are like co-favorite coach of the years, John Cooper and Lindy Ruff. They have 2 games left against the Lightning. And I don't know, just like a little coach of the year battle coming up on Sunday and maybe throughout the rest of the year. I don't know though what needs to happen. The Sabres need to win the division for Lindy to win coach of the year. Like, I wouldn't think so, because I also don't think they will win the division. But can them just getting in and being like the 2nd seed in the Atlantic, that's got to be enough.
Win a round too.
Is that the award? They might vote on that before the playoffs.
No, you're right. For coach of the year.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here thinking about.
But win around. No, I'm squarely in win around mode right now. Like, give me Montreal or Detroit, and let's get game 1 at home. That's where I'm at right now. Like, I'm not. going all in on they've made, I guess maybe I am, that they are going to make it. I do believe they are going to make it. I am turning my attention to, I want game 1 of the playoffs in Buffalo. And right now they are going to be fighting for that with the Canadiens the rest of the way.
It's exciting. And the other part of it I want to mention is, do you guys also think about this year, this is fun, blah. I sometimes will start to look to, what does next year look like? Do we see an offseason that is good, that we like, and instead of a team that finished in 11th, we're hoping can jump into, 7th, we're talking about a team that finished 7th, trying to continue.
Well, it depends what they've done too, how far they've gotten.
Sure, but it's you're saying today you're confident saying they're going to make it. I want to know, can we confidently say we have a new team now? The organization's, I know I've already said this. I said this 2 weeks ago. The dog days are over. We're back to just having the hockey team again. We have the team back. It's almost like they were in some sort of coma or probation. I know it was just being bad. But time served is over. You are out.
For that question, you would have to ask yourself, how many players right now that are having career seasons do you trust that is that's them now? Do you trust that Matthias Samuelsson now is this good forever?
I think I might. I trust Tage. I trust Dahlin. I trust Josh Doan.
Those two are easy. Doan's another good one. He's young. He had never done this in his 3 years.
He has quieted down a little bit here in the last month, right? He's been fine.
He had a really nice assist to Norris on Sunday, but that was his only point of the 3 games.
He's been fine. Where am I on Ostland? Is he going to continue to grow? And
to me, it's mostly about two.
Benson.
It's about one individual in Samuelsson, and then it's about the goalie position in general.
Yeah.
Because we just talked about this. I don't know who my goalies are long term. I don't know what Luukkonen is year to year. Luukkonen's going to probably be one of these guys that there are 50 of in the NHL that. 1 year he's going to be really good, and then the next year he's going to be not so good. And then the next year after that he's going to be really good. Lyon is at an age where I don't know how much longer I would want to just trust 33 years old. He's going to do this forever. And I don't know what I have in Colton Ellis. So goalie is always going to be a question mark until somebody does it year over year for me. And again, it's a lot of Samuelsson. I think his development has been so critical to them. I mean, the shots when he's on the ice, I don't think it's exaggerating to say he's one of the 10 best defensemen in hockey this year.
No.
And I'm just supposed to trust he's that good forever now? I'm sure he's better than what he's been forever. But is he this good forever? Or maybe he won't score 12 goals next year?
I see a lot of I said this on Saturday with Joe and Derek. They had me on for a hit. And we talked about Samuelsson. I think that his upshoot offensively is absolutely something that can and likely will go away. Every single other thing I see in his game, I don't see any reason it ever leaves him.
Yeah.
It's all because he is in, it looks like, better shape. He can skate better. That's almost the biggest thing for him, is that he can move around functionally, and it's way better than it's ever been. And then aside from that, it looks to me like he just understands the game at a different level. I think he might have spent as much time in this offseason watching film as he did in the weight room. By the looks of how he plays now, he reads plays and kills plays as well as anybody I watch in the league.
Which is what he did when he broke in. He was the eraser.
Yep. And so that ability is not something that's new. That is something that he's always had in there that I think was limited by a lack of understanding all the time of positioning and a lack of skating and fitness ability. And so I think that those two things are not, I wouldn't project those ever leaving him. I think we have got what we've got in Samuelsson, maybe with 25 less points.
I guess the other thing I would wonder about, did that leave him also because his body didn't hold up?
Right.
He had so many injuries over time. And listen, this game on Sunday against Tampa, that's his career high in games played. If he plays through the week. He has never been healthy for an entire season. That would be my question, and I don't know how predictable that is. He's playing this aggressive. He is putting people through the wall in these games. He is a monster out there, and he's never stayed healthy. What happens if he runs into injuries again? Does all of that go away because he's not as healthy? Is that why some of it went away in the middle between the 23 season and this year? Because guy couldn't stay healthy and he's not playing as aggressive or physically, and he's not as good in his own end because he's just not. It's a Kesselring right now.
I was just going to say, if they knew Samuelsson was going to be this, would they even trade for Kesselring? I mean,
I don't. They might look for something else.
Right.
Yeah.
And, as we're talking about this conversation about the blue line, the summer, I'll just go ahead and put this out there, put a little pin in this. Are we talking about trading Byram in the summer? He'll be in the final year of a deal.
That'll be a really interesting one.
Right.
That's we haven't even thought about that because we're in the Tuck, contract world
Instead,
here.
you could get to final year of a deal. Do we want to sign him long term? What does he really want? What's his number look like? If you feel confident you have, Dahlin, Power, Samuelsson, you might keep him. You might want to extend him.
He's been good.
He's been very good. I'm not saying dump him. It's just a matter of entering final year. How do you want to do this?
And that's another thing, and that's part of your offseason question about what will be an all-in, let's go for it now even more because we proved that we're a good team. Okay, you want to trade Byram, what do I need?
Right.
What do I want to flop him for? Because what do they need? A power play specialist, and they need a third pair defenseman. What do I really accomplish unless Byram plus two other things is getting me a super high-level
Something
player?
huge, right.
That would be the idea, because otherwise I'd say I'm not making hockey trades anymore. I've got a deep forward group and 4 great defensemen. I guess unless your hockey trade is for an amazing goaltender, I don't need to make any more hockey trades.
Yeah.
And Byram, normally the ideas that we would talk about are hockey trade ideas.
I don't know that you want to take away from what has been their greatest strength, and that is that they have got a bunch of guys back there that can skate, move the puck, and score. And you take Byram off that list, that's one less of those guys. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go we're just going to ride with this because this guy's helping us. Our biggest asset is that we can score back here, and he's a big part of that.
They had a play on Sunday or on Saturday where Tuck threw it down the wall. I don't remember which 2 defensemen it was. I think it might have been Power and Samuelsson, where Tuck was standing at the point. He passed it down low, and it was like a mini 2-on-1. It was 2 defensemen. It was, I think, Power and Samuelsson that were at the net, and the forwards were back. I'm not saying you lose that if you move Byram, but you lose some of it.
Yeah.
Unless you have a guy you're confident replaces 22 minutes a night.
Right. They don't have a young guy that's coming up that's that kind of player.
No.
In my eye. They don't have anybody that could fill that kind of a role potentially even. Not soon, at least. So I'd be curious about that, too. That Byram's a good conversation.
Sam in Rochester. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Hey, guys. I'm fired up right now. I was 9 years old for the 99 team. I was freshman in high school for the 06-07, freshman in college for 2011, the last time we were in the playoffs. And now I'm 34 years old. I actually thought maybe I'd be 40 before the next time they make the playoffs. But just thinking about this team, the one thing that not just the fact that they're torching the league right now is just the way they're playing. I was kind of in and out of the game on Saturday with a buddy. I would turn on my phone and it was 2-0. Then it was 4-0. He's like, "Oh, Tampa's gonna come back," And I turned it on again and it was 5-0. And then Dominic James scores, and I see Samuelsson just go up to him and just body him up real quick after he scored the goal. And throughout the game, I feel like Dahlin's cross-checking guys, and they're just playing so physical at the same time. So, I'm the hair was standing on the back of my neck of, not only are they crushing this team, but they're actually physically, dominating them at the same time. And it just got me thinking, is it this type of team is built for the playoffs, I think, with the physical nature of their play as well as their talent. So I'm pretty psyched. I'm going to the game tomorrow night with a buddy, and this will be my first game in 3 years. So I'm really, really psyched to see the building on fire.
Yeah. Thanks, Sam. The way they play with such speed, and I feel exactly what you're saying here, because part of it is easy to describe, the playing fast, playing physical. The other way is, how every year 6 weeks from right now. 6 weeks from right now, if you're a Sabres fan, you watch your first playoff game. And then, by law, you are required to write down and tweet, the Sabres are 20 miles away from these teams, because you see like a playoff caliber game.
Mm-hmm.
And this team, they look like a playoff team. Like you will watch, if you could see a playoff game somehow, let's go, Vegas and Edmonton are going to play a playoff game tomorrow. You'd watch that game and you'd be like, the Sabres can totally hang with these teams. Whereas normally, you see your first playoff game, you're like, wow, this drives it home how far away they are.
Right.
They look the part. Many things about them look the part.
I felt like that was kind of the case on Saturday. Even though the score got ugly, 6-2, like shots were even. Thought the play was pretty back and forth. Half the game is kind of throwaway because it's such a dumb, lopsided score. But they're going up and down the ice with Tampa speed-wise. They're matching them physically. There were scrums after every play. It looked like a playoff game, other than the Sabres being so far ahead. And again, the last period, who cares? But that is the brand they play, and I think they have the athletes on the team that can play that way in the playoffs. So I would agree with that. It's why I think right now I'm thinking about how they match up with Tampa in a playoff series, and I'm not thinking it's impossible that they could win it. They would be an underdog and should be, but I got 2 games against the Lightning where they didn't look inferior. And then we were both on the road when you had played the night before. You won't get that in the playoffs.
803-0550, our phone number.
I think you wouldn't get that. Did they ever play back-to-backs in the playoffs?
They do sometimes.
Did the Sabres have a...
I think...
Like 07, there was one.
I'm pretty sure... games 3 and 4 in 05-06 were back-to-back.
That's what I'm thinking of, because when we played we had Dumont on for 05-06 night. We played that goal, and RJ says on the call at the end, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know if they still do that. We haven't done this in a while.
If I remember correctly, it's because of a Dora the Explorer.
What?
Yeah, Ottawa had a conflict with Dora the Explorer, so like the series had to be, something.
Come on.
Something like that.
Really?
Somewhere in Sabres history, there's a Dora the Explorer, Ottawa Senators scheduling conflict. Yeah.
Should we be looking at the KeyBank Center to see if there are any potential conflicts?
They're booking
coming up.
Booking more events. Michael in Williamsville. Hey, Michael.
Hi, you might want to put your conductor's hat on for this one. I got a 2-part.
I got a conductor's hat. I haven't worn it yet.
Is it here?
I got it in my bag.
We really should. Oh, yeah.
All right, I'll put it on. Hold on.
Okay. And I don't know if you've had this discussion, but how willing would you be to use James Cook as draft capital or trade bait? And 2, what do you think his value is both to the Bills and the league in that regard?
So, to get a receiver, I thought he was about to go down the use James Cook at wide receiver. So we didn't go there. I don't know. I don't think he's on the radar at all for this. If you wanted to talk about this before they paid him, then maybe. But they paid him. They value him. He led the league in rushing. They built a rushing attack. And running backs don't usually fetch you a ton unless Bill O'Brien's GM in the league. So
it's a good rookie class of running backs, I think. I think some really good backs if you want to draft one.
It's top heavy. Both Notre Dame guys. I don't know how many. Like the last time I saw a mock draft, I looked one up for fantasy recently. There was only one running back that went in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, but that's more of a league point.
Yeah,
I think if you wanted to if you needed a running back, you could get a good running back in the 3rd, 4th round of this draft.
Yeah. The kid that went to UB, who is now at Arkansas, and he ran like a 4. He ran the fastest 40 at the combine. I forget his name. He ran like a 4.3 something.
Mike.
I don't remember. But there will always be guys like that.
Mike Washington.
There's a report today that the Giants are going to be active going after Kenneth Walker in free agency too. So there's a couple free agent running backs. Okay. I don't think for the Bills. I don't think James Cook trade ideas are.
No, I think it's happening.
Are on the radar at all.
What's everyone think of the wide receiver hat?
It's a good one.
It's a train conductor hat. This came from it was a gift from the Upward Niagara Chamber of Commerce.
Yep.
Joe and I each got one of these, and it says
I should bring mine in just so I have it on call. Ready
you know
to go
what?
Anytime. It should always be.
I'm watching the stream right now. I think it's a good look. I think it looked good.
You think you could walk around in public with that and it would just look normal?
Yes. They would see the badge says wide receiver train. And that might be like, what? But I think it looks good.
Is that the right type of fit for it, though? Like a golf outfit?
Good question.
Feel like you want more, like if I had like my Carhartt hoodie that I would wear.
I'll wear this golfing all year. It's
in the cold with that on top.
It's also a comfy hat.
Look like a train man. You look like a train conductor that's about to hit the golf course.
Perfect. I drive trains to assorted places around the country and golf. I'm always dressed like I'm about to golf, though. No, I don't think they're going to trade James Cook. But
no.
What's he going to say? It's something else for you. Oh, speaking of offseason stuff for the Bills, Joe Biscaglia has his mock offseason up at The Athletic. And Joe always does great work, comprehensive stuff. There's one piece of bad news for him, but again, it's process-based, and one piece of bad news for me, and you guys have to decide here what happens. First off, one of the things Joe thought the Bills should do is go after Dalton Risner, guard at Cincinnati. He is today re-signed. So he's staying in Cincinnati. Got to find another guard option. Joe's idea for the Bills at receiver was trading for DJ Moore, and I'll let you go to the piece of The Athletic to see all that. But the part I want to mention is they trade a draft pick for DJ Moore, not a high pick. No one would be upset about the pick. Let's say that. Then he has them not drafting a receiver, but they do draft a punter. And I'm just going to say that if they don't draft a receiver and they draft a punter, I should get 2 months off, paid. I should get to go away for a while.
Well, we will definitely want to hear from you the next day.
If they draft
and then
a
maybe
punter
you can take it 2 months off.
and not a receiver, and instead trade for a guy, DJ Moore, whose cap number is, or I'm sorry, whose AAV is like $28 million, and I've got my questions about DJ Moore. DJ Moore's on the list of you're going to have to talk me into this. I'm sure he'd immediately be the Bills' best outside receiver, but he is expensive. He is getting old, and if the Bears are saying we'll get rid of you for a sixth, I'd have my concerns. That would be an established guy. The Carolina connection would be there. It all would come together. Can beggars be choosers at receiver? Because I've been a beggar, and I want to be a little choosy here. DJ Moore and no draft pick. You know what that means, Joe? That means next year we have to talk about drafting a receiver again, and I don't want to do it anymore. So anyway.
The punter...
Pontoon.
The punter pontoon.
The punter pontoon. All right.
There is one event at KeyBank Center between the last game of the season and June. Barry Manilow on April 22nd.
Okay.
Which is right when the playoffs begin. So we might have to work around Barry.
Into it. Maybe he'll come to a game. He can bang the drum.
At the first Sabre playoff game, they're going to have Barry Manilow. 82-year-old Barry Manilow.
Barry Manilow.
The weirdest. I'm fine. I'm in.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Then there's the Sabres, who...
The Wagon Sabres.
The absolute
Warpath Sabres.
Wagon Sabres. They keep doing it, Joe. I remember back during the win streak, which one, right? Which win streak? Where I'd get to a game and I'd say, with you here, I'd say, listen, like, all right, if they lose this one, it's a back-to-back, 3 out of 4. They're missing this guy and this guy. If they lose this one, it's totally fine. And they would just win it.
Right.
All right, well, now that they won that one, if they lose the next one, that's probably fine. The Tampa game was definitely you are allowed to lose this game.
100%.
And it's 4-0 after one?
Right. It's the best team in the conference. You played the night before.
Yeah.
And it was 4-0 in the first intermission.
Here is your hall pass. You guys could get roasted tonight, and I'm going to still come in feeling like, hey, you got 4 out of 6. That's pretty good.
I was wondering if 3 out of 6 was fine for the first 3 road. They're all on the road.
Incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
I think Saturday was the switch for me. Like Saturday was, all right, I think it's okay to start talking like they're in. And to start thinking about things beyond that.
Yeah.
Like, how would they match up with the Lightning in the second round? Because I've got 2 games against Tampa, and they were this roadblock for me. Like, that's as far as you're going. You're hitting your head on that ceiling. You play them in round 1, you play them in round 2. Like, you can do whatever you want, and I think anything is possible until you meet that team, which I've been treating as you're not winning that series.
Mm-hmm.
They're just too good, too experienced. But I've now got 2 games against the Lightning where the Sabres played the day before in both on the road, and the 2 results are you lost in overtime in 3-on-3 when you had the lead in the final minute, and the other one is a 6-2 win. Why shouldn't I think you could beat Tampa in a 7-game series?
Fair.
And if I can get there, I can get anywhere, right? I mean, I'm at a point now, the other part of it for me about thinking it's okay to start treating it like they're in, but I'm not a big jinx guy, is kind of the opposite of what we normally do at this time, which is, are their first overall pick odds higher than their playoff odds?
Right.
Because if that's the case right now, then I probably should start thinking about going to the bottom. Right now, their odds to win the Stanley Cup on some sites, like hockeystats.com for one, are higher than their odds to miss the playoffs. They're 6% to win the Cup and 4% to miss the playoffs.
That was pretty good.
I'm thinking about what they can do once they're there. A lot more than I was.
Evans, we learned also from Jeremy Fowler that Mike Evans wants 4 things in his next stop. A quarterback he believes in, a chance at a Super Bowl, a top-shelf offensive coordinator, and the promise of high-volume touches. That's Mike Evans. The Bills
How
check
many of
those
the Bills
boxes.
do they check?
They at least check 2 very easily in quarterback you believe in and chance at a Super Bowl, I think.
Yep.
Top-shelf OC. The guy's had some pretty good offenses. I think you could say top-shelf OC.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give Joe Brady that, sure. Promise of high-volume touches. I would say the promise is simply this. When Josh gets a quarterback that runs down the field and gets open, he throws him the ball. He wants to throw that guy the ball.
Yep.
Brandon Cooks got targets because, hey, look, there's a guy down there who's available. And Josh also wanted to throw the ball to Keon Coleman a lot. And if Evans goes out there and does the Coleman job, but does it well, he would get peppered with targets.
I guess I'd wonder, though, would a receiver of that caliber here get... Evans is not loud all the time about this, but would he get frustrated with the amount of... Like, if he wants high-volume targets, what does he consider that to be? Does he consider that to be what he's been getting in Tampa? Because that has been
100 and what?
110 at minimum in these seasons, and as high as like 136. I mean, if you go way earlier in his career, he had a year with 173. I don't think that's happening anywhere. No. But 110? Like, can I get 110 in a place?
Yeah, I think so.
And here, there would be 2 schools of thought in that. One, I don't have a lot of competition for that. So, yeah, I should be able to get 100 targets plus in this offense. But on the other hand, it's kind of the thing maybe that A.J. Brown deals with in Philadelphia. I don't have the opportunity to catch the ball as much as I want because you're running it all the time. And the Bills are on that list. They run the ball a ton and don't throw it as much as,
unless they're about
some more
to change
high-volume offenses.
Unless they're about to change that because the coach is no longer under another coach that told him he wanted to run a lot, which is, again, I don't know how much of a leap that is, how much that's true. We're going to kind of find out. If they run it the same amount, then we learn the lesson that it was not McDermott that wanted to run it that much. It's Joe Brady that wants to run that much.
Here's Love, looking corner, throwing that way. It is caught by Romeo Dobbs. Touchdown, Packers.
Bills have been linked to Romeo Dobbs by ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, saying many league executives think the Bills will aggressively seek to upgrade at wide receiver and Romeo Dobbs and Rashid Shaheed's names have been dropped specifically by Jeremy Fowler. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Peter Bukowski of Locked On Packers to talk to us about Romeo Dobbs and whether or not it'd be a good idea for the Bills or for any team. Peter, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
So tell us a little about Romeo Dobbs. He's hitting the free agent market. He's 25, soon to be 26, and he's been part of a Packers offense that's been good. That much like here in Buffalo, we kind of have this idea where they spread the ball around quite a bit. So, how good has Dobbs been, really?
Yeah, I think that if you go back to 2022, the Packers trade up for Christian Watson they tried to trade up into the first round for Christian Watson, and they ended up giving 2 second-round picks to move up for him. And Romeo Dobbs was the afterthought. They picked him on day 3 and was someone who didn't work out until really late in the process. And so I think the assumption going in, certainly something we talked about, was Christian Watson probably going to be the guy. Romeo Dobbs can be a nice secondary receiver. And then right away in training camp, all Aaron Rodgers wanted to talk about was Romeo Dobbs. And he would make plays every day. And it really started there. The idea that he was the most reliable receiver in that room, that on third down, that's where they were going to go. In the red zone, that's where they were going to go. Even if he was never going to be a high volume, 85 catch, 1,200, 10 touchdown receiver, that he was still a fulcrum of your passing game. And, in the biggest game of the Packers season, in the playoff games, Romeo Dobbs has one of the best games of his season, including what could have been the clincher. He just kind of was unlucky to fall out of bounds. He creates a beautiful chunk play on what could have been the game-sealing drive, as I mentioned, on a slot fade. And those were the kinds of plays they just trusted him to make over and over, and regularly he did.
What type of player in terms of the role? Like on the outside, mostly it looks like by the numbers. In terms of blocking, and I guess what's the complete picture of how he's used and how he was used in Green Bay?
Yeah, a boundary receiver for sure. Can be a vertical threat. There were times when they were just saying, okay, backside, you've got him isolated one-on-one. Let's just take our chances with the go ball. That was certainly part of their offense. If you don't block in Green Bay, you don't play. And so if you're given half-ass effort or those kinds of things, you're just not going to be out there. There were too many guys that they trusted to get the ball to. I think, respectfully, the difference with the Green Bay is they had a lot of young players and guys that they were really excited about that they wanted to get the ball to, all guys who had really shown a lot of flashes. I think Buffalo was more about hey, can we find a guy that's going to pop for us in a post stuff? You guys correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that was my perception of it anyway.
Yes, many of us have the same exact. Yeah. It's been a big talking point around here for quite some time.
Well, at least the general manager shares those sentiments. So the opportunity that the Packers, were giving their receivers, no one was going to be a high volume player. That was just the reality of the way that they run this offense. I think I call it the most egalitarian offense in the NFL. The ball finds energy with them, but like I said, in the red zone and on third down, he was their guy. And so it's, just go win one-on-one, out routes. With route running, he can get open. And sometimes if I have a criticism of him, there were times when he would try and get a little tick-tocky with his routes, try and get a little too cute at the line of scrimmage or at his route stem. And you're just sort of like, hey, the rhythm of the play, ball needs to be out. You can't be, trying to make Instagram highlights with some of these. But he can do that. That's the thing. Guys that can do that sometimes. And so he can win with route running. And I think, if you try and compare that with what Josh Allen needs, someone to be reliable, to just hey, don't make Josh go do everything on 3rd and 8. He is certainly someone that can be that kind of player. And we saw him make big plays in playoff games. The Packers have lost some of these playoff games. The Bills fans know what that feels like. But for the most part, it has not been because Romeo Dobbs has come up small. In fact, he has come up big in just about every playoff game that he's played in.
Is this definite to you that he will be available? And what the Packers moving on from him is, I'm assuming, because they just have so many young receivers that they've been developing and drafted?
Yeah, and that's part of the discussion, I think, if you're Green Bay, is what is the number where it makes sense to keep him. And I think had they tried to do a deal a year ago, I think they were actually coincidentally looking sort of at that Khalil Shakir contract and saying, hey, would you be willing to do that deal? And I think Romeo Dobbs and his agent rightfully looked at the market and said, no, we're going to get more money in free agency if we take it all the way there. And he kind of bet on himself. The Packers gave Christian Watson a 1-year extension instead. He was coming off an ACL injury. And then remember, they used a first and a third round pick on receivers, kind of anticipating, all right, we're going to get priced out of the Romeo Doubs market. I think that was their expectation. They did the same thing at offensive line, knowing that they're probably going to get priced out of the Rasheed Walker market. And so, he's someone who Green Bay really has a fondness for. Jordan Love, that was his guy. It was really just comes down to money. And then to your point, like they have got other guys on rookie deals that they just don't have to pay. And so it's sort of like, well, we've got these other cheaper options that we feel pretty good about too. Why don't you go get your money, and we wish you the best of luck, no hard feelings. That's kind of been Green Bay's MO for a long time.
Peter Bukowski on the Western Hotline. I guess the next obvious question is, Peter Bukowski of Locked On Packers, is Doubs ready for a glow-up? 25, soon to be 26. Is he ready for an increased role? I mean, because, as we talk about this, like the Packers, Peter, a full disclosure, like over the years, these last couple years post-Diggs, people have sometimes pointed to the Packers model, which they don't pay anybody big money. Then, of course, Jaden Reed got paid, and you mentioned Watson. But the way that they did that was they drafted a lot of guys. And the Bills, of course, did not do that. And, as you're trying to figure out what to do here, the Bills tend to sign this middle class of wide receiver, and Doubs would fit in that idea. Is he ready to be a number one where a team maybe wouldn't lean the same way you'd lean on like a $40 million guy? But you're mentioning third downs here. Like, is he a go-to guy that can get that number of targets?
I think in the right situation in terms of the guys around him, yes. I mentioned that ability to play on the outside and get vertical. He can do that in the right situations, in the right matchups, but it's not his forte. This Packers offense was different with Christian Watson on the field. And if you have someone who can take the top off the defense, and this, by the way, this draft class is loaded with speed guys. You could get somebody on day 2, day 3 that can absolutely fly. Then that just makes Romeo Doubs is much more of an intermediate pass catcher and someone who can create in those spaces than someone who's going to threaten at all 3 levels. And so if you have someone that can then stretch the field, it makes it easier to work underneath and in the middle parts of the field. I want to see Josh Allen rip the backside digs and not Stephon Diggs and post routes and deep outs like Jordan Love. The Packers' superpower last year was they were the best third down offense in the league, in part because Jordan Love could he could throw far hash outs whenever he wanted. Well, if there's another quarterback in the NFL that can do that, Josh Allen absolutely has the arm strength and accuracy to do those kinds of things. Romeo Doubs excels in those kinds of situations. So to your question, can he be a 1? Yes, but it needs to be in the right set of circumstances. And in the right, the geometry of the offense has to fit. But in that circumstance, we've seen it. The Packers have had, by efficiency, the only quarterback since Jordan Love has been the starter, the only quarterback who's been more efficient on an EPA per dropback since 2023 is Josh Allen. So we've seen the offense with Romeo Doubs in that fulcrum point be really, really good. And that's without Josh Allen.
You said the Shakir number last year was something that Doubs likely wasn't, or obviously didn't think was worth it to him. This go around, especially if he's on the open market, have you thought about what number you feel like he's going to fetch, or what the range is going to be for him?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers that I've heard in some of the conversations that I've had is 18, 20, and to me that's a lot. Yeah. I mean, not disrespecting anybody out there. That just seems like a lot of money to me. Now, I know the cap's going up, and if you look at the percentage of cap, I feel like every year I'm saying that, oh, that's a lot of money for that guy. And then 2 years later, it's not, right? If you have a good player, you never regret overpaying good players, I think. If you have a good player, it kind of doesn't matter if you're paying a 20% markup on that player. So that would probably be the range. Christian Watson got extended. I think it was $16 million was the top end of what it could be. APY, my assumption is that Romeo Doubs is going to get at least that, if not more.
Yeah. Peter Bukowski, Locked On Packers. Peter, thanks so much for the time this morning.
All right, thanks, guys.
So it sounds like a good player. Doesn't this sound like Josh Palmer all over again?
It sounds like Josh Palmer, but even more expensive.
Right, a little upgraded version, upgraded version and more expensive. But intermediate guy that can play on the outside, that can win in some scenarios. Like that sounds, it sounds like Josh Palmer to me. And Josh Palmer can be a nice role-playing receiver, but the idea that you would have Palmer and Dobbs, like that to me is tough to square. I'm going to spend $30 million AAV on two guys that do that. Just gets expensive, you know. The Packers model that I mentioned there with Peter, that was drafting guys. They just drafted Domtavian Wicks and Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson and Jaden Reed. Right after Aaron Rodgers left, they started drafting a bunch of receivers. And I guess Rodgers' beef was they didn't do it in the first round. And Matthew Golden. We had one stat where every Packers receiver was making less guaranteed than Elijah Moore last year or something before the Jaden Reed extension. Anyway.
To your point, their careers, Palmer, his first 4 years before the Bills signed him versus Dobbs' first 4 years, Palmer had 22.87 yardage, and Dobbs had 24.24.
Like it sounds
They're
like
within 150 yards of each other over 4 years.
Any middle-class receiver contract is going to make me nervous. I just think I know we're so in love with assets and draft capital. Just trade up and get Jordan Tyson for cheap, and then spend the money on something else. These middle-class receiver contracts are just
$20 million.
$20 million.
18 to 20 is what he said.
And he might be a really nice player, and he probably would upgrade their group. But man, it'd be one thing if the Bills did this because it was Moneyball. That's what's always driven me crazy. That's the nature of like the big fight is why don't you value this position enough to draft it? They interviewed tons of guys at the Combine. Their top 30 visits, I bet they have like 7 more in. They have to draft one in the top 3 rounds. Have to.
I would say, though, if it was both, then I would be really excited about the room. Like if they, because I don't think Dobbs is worth $20 million a year. But I don't like that contract. But if they walk into the season with an overpaid Romeo Dobbs and they also drafted KC Concepcion in the first round, then I'm going to love their offseason. Even if I think they overpaid Dobbs.
Same. Somebody young. But I know this game. I've done this before. 1 week from today, they will sign a receiver, and someone will say, like, well, they're not drafting one now. The same way it happened when they signed Mac Hollins, the same way, which they did ultimately draft Keon Coleman, the same way it happened when they
Palmer a little bit last year.
And Curtis Samuel.
Yeah.
Every time they sign a guy, my mentions are full, like, well, there it goes. And it, other than Coleman, it was right. Just have to take one. I don't want to say I don't believe they could be after Dobbs, but man, the money is just all of a sudden. If I go to Spot Track and get you where the Bills rank in terms of how much money they spend on receiver, I feel like people out there, some have this belief of like, oh well, they're not paying a Chase, they're not paying a Pickens and Lamb, so they're exploiting something here. There's this idea that they're moneyballing it. They're not moneyballing it at all. They are expensive for what they get, and they don't get that much. All right, where is it? Where's position? Combined AAV rankings by team, right? Right now on Spot Track, the Bills are 13th in what they spend at receiver. Okay? If they signed Dobbs to a $20 million contract, do you know where the Bills would rank in what their receivers cost? Granted,
am I taking out the 8 for Samuel?
Okay.
So you want to add $12 million to that?
Fine, we'll add 12.
So add $12 million to it, and they're 13th right now. I mean, they're in the top 10.
They're 6th.
Yeah.
It'd be the 6th most expensive receiver room in the league.
With Romeo Dobbs, Khalil Shakir, and Josh Palmer as my top 3? That's nuts.
That is nuts.
Yeah, it's nuts.
The other rooms are Cincinnati, Dallas, Philadelphia, Tampa Bay.
Who all have superstars.
Detroit. By the way, those teams have all those teams also have paid their quarterbacks.
Right.
All of them.
Right.
And you say you got to make sacrifices. Again, there'd be other signings. JSN's going to get paid. Maybe they wouldn't stay 6th. But go ahead and just add $12 million to their AAV at receiver. They'd be 6th. Draft guys.
Just draft one.
Just draft 2.
Green Bay. You just talked about Green Bay. Like they're good walking from Dobbs because they spent a first-round pick, a third-round pick last draft. They spent 2 second-round picks in the 2 previous drafts. Like they've been throwing darts at it and hitting.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, Extendo Sports in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. Then there's the Sabres, who
the wagon Sabres,
the absolute
Warpath Sabres,
wagon Sabres. They keep doing it, Joe. I remember back during the win streak, which one, right? Which win streak? Where I'd get to a game and I'd say, with you here, I'd say, listen, like, all right, if they lose this one, it's a back-to-back, 3 out of 4. They're missing this guy and this guy. If they lose this one, it's totally fine. And then they just win it.
Right.
All right. Well, now that they won that one, if they lose the next one, that's probably fine. The Tampa game was definitely you are allowed to lose this game.
100%.
And it's 4-0 after one?
Right. It's the best team in the conference. You played the night before.
Yeah.
And it was 4-0 in the first intermission.
Here is your hall pass. You guys could get roasted tonight, and I'm going to still come in feeling like, hey, you got 4 out of 6. That's pretty good.
I was wondering if 3 out of 6 was fine for the first 3 road. They're all on the road.
Incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
I think Saturday was the switch for me. Like Saturday was, all right. I think it's okay to start talking like they're in, and to start thinking about things beyond that. Yeah. Like, how would they match up with the Lightning in the second round? Because I've got 2 games against Tampa, and they were this roadblock for me. Like, that's as far as you're going. You're hitting your head on that ceiling. You play them in round 1, you play them in round 2. Like, you can do whatever you want, and I think anything is possible until you meet that team, which I've been treating as you're not winning that series. Mm-hmm. They're just too good, too experienced. But I've now got 2 games against the Lightning where the Sabres played the day before in both on the road, and the 2 results are you lost in overtime in 3-on-3 when you had the lead in the final minute, and the other one is a 6-2 win. Why shouldn't I think you could beat Tampa in a 7-game series?
Fair.
And if I can get there, I can get anywhere, right? I mean, I'm at a point now, the other part of it for me about thinking it's okay to start treating it like they're in, but I'm not a big jinx guy, is kind of the opposite of what we normally do at this time, which is, are their first overall pick odds higher than their playoff odds?
Right.
Because if that's the case right now, then I probably should start thinking about going to the bottom. Right now, their odds to win the Stanley Cup on some sites, like hockeystats.com for one, are higher than their odds to miss the playoffs. They're 6% to win the Cup and 4% to miss the playoffs.
That was pretty good.
I'm thinking about what they can do once they're there. A lot more than I was.
The goalies are a big part of it. Alex Lyon right now is, you see, like, goals save above expected on the season, and he's 10th in the league. And I think I saw a number over the weekend. In the last maybe 10 starts, he's number 1 in the NHL in goals saved above expected with 23 or something, whatever. I got to find the exact tweet, but it's nuts. So they're getting saves, they're getting scoring, they're getting everything. They get everything they need.
They've got 3 scoring lines that are all contributing right now. I mean, that's what Norris being healthy allows them to have, I think, is 3 lines that on a night-to-night basis are going to be providing chances.
Does that count Beck Malenstein?
Maybe not on a night-to-night basis, but he's giving you it once a week.
Right. I'm going to apply this like as the Malenstein test, where if you're a bad team, what are we saying? Why'd you trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein? Now you're a good team. You're like, that guy is the glue that holds it together. I love Beck Malenstein.
He's had a little glow-up from last year.
Yes.
Nobody had a thought about him last year. I'm not even sure positively or negatively. Like, did he even exist last season? Remember a single thing he did? And this year, you notice him every night.
All right, wrapping things up here. We're back tomorrow. Lindy Ruff will join us. I think so, Lindy. Sabres and Golden Knights tomorrow night.
A little afternoon hockey today. Who are we rooting for today?
Nashville.
We're rooting for Nashville.
To beat Detroit. Owen, what else you got?
What else do we have on
let
the guide?
Me pull up my link here. Let's see. We got definitely Nashville. That's the real big one. Nashville beats Detroit. And then you've got Rangers are playing Columbus. You'd like Rangers there.
Yep.
Philly, Toronto could really go either way.
Don't care, yeah.
I kind of want Philly, but I got a good point made to me. Like, don't let Toronto keep losing and keep their first round pick. If Toronto finishes in the bottom 5, they keep their first rounder. If they're above that, it's out. It's gone. It's in Boston. So I think we'd rather have Toronto lose that pick.
Yeah.
Just keep them in purgatory. And then Carolina, Seattle, doesn't matter a ton, but you'd like to see Seattle win that game.
Sure.
Although I don't know if I want Boston getting like a top 10 pick.
That's also true.
Definitely no.
I think I want Toronto to lose because I want them to be a seller, don't I? Like they have depth defensemen that could be available that the Sabres might want, like Ekman Larson or Carlo. And if they're a seller, I've got a bigger market for the thing I'm looking for. Right. Although you could say maybe the same thing about Philly, too. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Before we go, Albert Breer apparently says Max Crosby could get traded this week. Cowboys, Bears, Ravens, Bills, Patriots, Eagles, Rams. Keeping tabs.
Okay.
Good rumor there. We're back tomorrow morning. Thanks, everybody. See ya.